Good morning. How are you? All good? Welcome, travelers. Welcome, nerds, weirdos, anyone who's out there. Welcome, sleeping Lucifer, who left the stream on. Appreciate you. Hope you sleep well. Hope I didn't wake you. Yeah, we have our coffee and we're getting into it. I have pre-diagrammed. Let me just check something. Not all my audio working? Yeah. Atheist Gamer, I am also about to sleep. Oh no. Well, good night, Atheist Gamer. Sleep now. What about the weirdo nerds? I'm saying hello and welcome. Hey, Congo Chris. You are one of them. The fact that you are around here, sorry, it does not make you cool. It makes you weird, which makes you cool. So it doesn't really make a difference, eh? So yes, just we are back on track. We are back on the horse for this. Yes, I know it's very tempting to leave behind because everybody else is kind of getting over it, and there's been so many responses and things like that. But I have committed to finishing this, and it's going to be the most detailed diagram ever because it is just a map of the transcript, actually. So yeah, this time what I've done is I'm going to I did some pre-diagramming so it could help us with our speed. So I got through about another half an hour over about an hour and a half by myself without commentary, without adding commentary and all of that. So I'm hoping that helps us along. But either way, this format is a massive undertaking in terms of doing the transcript completely, not just doing ideas. Yeah, I will choose much more wisely in future which diagrams I go to the transcript level, whereas others that are summarized ideas. So, but this one's a transcript level, maybe not with 3 people, but if you look at it, you actually mostly get an idea that it's just 2 people talking, and most of the time it's Douglas Murray talking. So anyway, what's going on? I'm an insomniac. I'm interested to argue a little bit before heading to Dreamland. Yeah, good. Let's go. Okay, so before what I have pre-diagrammed. This is where, wow, like I thought that Douglas Murray has just made a poor showing in terms of his character, right? He's been unlikable, and that's a problem for his arguments. Just, it makes it hard. He's not very palatable. But now in this session, we'll get to the argument that you have to be there. You have to go and travel there for you to have any sort of commentary or something like that. Basically, that whole argument has started to rear its head, and Douglas does not look good with it. It's one of the worst optical losses he's had so far throughout the whole argument. But let's see. My interpretations change as the way I go over it with my mood. So my pre-diagramming stuff, maybe my commentary will be different. JBP had an interesting take on it. I haven't watched it yet, but let me know what did he say. I know that he went on it again, and I know that he would obviously be on Douglas Murray's side in terms of Israel, support for Israel. That's what I would understand from there, Chris. But I haven't watched it. I've actually kind of tried to stay out of a lot of the commentary and the back and forth. I think maybe if I ever comment on the back and forth, it will have to be after I finish this, and only in a general summary video where I just talk about the way I feel about the whole thing. Because there's no going over this diagram in summary form. The only thing I could really do is make mini maps of of the arguments that are brought up in a summary video. But hey, that's for me to work on without your guys's prying eyes. It's only I'm supposed to just produce that for you like magic. Let us diagram. Let's get my diagram up. Oh, it figured out. It found itself. Well done, OBS. Let's get our music going as well. And again, put it all the way down here. If I could hear it. I just want to check if it's the right. Yeah, Monday chilled vibes. Let's just be. Let's keep it calm. Well done, says Theo. What's well done? That I'm here. That I got coffee. Hi Theo. Good morning. Okay. Oh no, well done to OBS. Yes, OBS did it. Okay, so yeah, look at this big beauty. Okay, so the last thing we spoke about. Let me get my video up as well. Oh, sorry. You know what? When you carry your Monster Hunter Wild, you know what? I'm probably only going to be playing this weekend. I don't think, as of yet, considering what I'm aiming for, I will probably not be gaming during the week, so I will game on the weekend, if at all. So yes, gaming is taking a backseat there. But you know what? I'm sure you can struggle through Monster Hunter. I'm sure you'll be okay. Work. Hey Phyllis, hey Nico. Hi guys. Audio got weird when you put music on. It didn't get itself back because it sometimes has, I don't know, it's because I'm using a virtual audio cable. What's happening with it? Sound is messing up. Come on. Media. Okay. Come back. Microsoft Edge didn't allow Sonar to change audio settings, just the audio settings directly within Microsoft Edge. What am I doing here? No. Media. Chat, media. Sonar, microphone, auxiliary, stream. Okay. Stream. Set Sonar devices as your default audio devices in Windows settings. That's what I've done. Sorry, troubleshooting. Let's do that, yeah. Okay, hold up. Microphone. I should be able to hear my microphone. Let's see what it's doing here. Speakers. Okay, that's it. There we go. Personal mix comes through there. Stream mix comes through there. Okay, and you. Look here. What? It's fine now? Oh, okay. Look at chat, Kitty. Okay. I'll take it away. But I don't have music on, guys. As soon as I turn it on, isn't it going to go bad? So look. Let's go. Did it mess up? Did it mess up? Hello? My gosh. Okay, well, let's see. Fishmonger. Hi, Fishmonger. JBP stack was very similar to Adorno's, the authoritarian personality. And since JBP woke, right? I'm looking. Is it fun? It got weird again. Mm. Yeah. Has it changed? The mic is drowning again. Steel Series GG. Is it better now? Hello? 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 Kitty scuff. Kitty. That's what the scuff emoji's for, boys. Is it still this way? Oh? I'm waiting for you guys to tell me. Cat. Cat. It's weird still? Fuck's sake! Okay. Fuck you, music. Okay, the music's gone. It's fine. Should it be fine now? No music then. I don't fucking get it, bro. It works one week and then it doesn't. I set it up exactly the same way and it doesn't work this next time. As soon as I turn off the music. Okay, it's the music, it's trying to process too much. It seems like GG. Okay. No music then, guys. Play your own music. Okay. Sweet Lord. Music can give you copyright issues, yeah, but this music that I am using is from YouTube. It's the kind of that you can use it. It'll do auto attribution, like it'll put the name in there for you. But anyway, audio troubleshoot is over. Let's get going. Oh, let's get my video. Video killed the radio star. No, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. There you go. OBS. Okay. Shall we need to get into some sort of argument for Atheist Gamer to be happy to go to sleep. So let's do this. Thank you for using the scuff emoji as intended. So we are at, I could read you. So what were we arguing about here? It was about they're allowed funds. They're talking about the conspiracy behind the conflict in Israel. Israel Gaza, between Israel Gaza, whatever, Israel Palestine. Israel is supporting, according to Day of Israel, supporting this conflict. It's good for them. They wanted to, that they don't want peace. Basically, it's just who's blaming who here. And let's see where he goes with it. I just want to see how we're playing.
Defend it. And you go, well, are you only entering this in because this?
Yeah. Okay. So that's over here. This is like he said. This is what he's doing.
Kind of goes along with your case. Like I suppose we're all guilty of having these incentives to some degree, but I do think it's a relevant detail that the former defense secretary admitted this. And by the way, Netanyahu's admitted this. Barak has admitted this. Okay, if they admitted they allowed funds, we are over here to go to Qatar to Hamas because Hamas was governing the Gaza, blah, blah. Then we get to, there's a recording of Netanyahu saying something along those lines. There's an echo? Oh my God. It's echoing? Okay, hold on. You know what, then this. There we go. For the reason of
no echo
the establishment of a Palestinian state.
No, that was not the case.
That is what Netanyahu said. That is what Ehud.
There, it should be gone now. Thanks for the scuff warnings, guys. Let's go. I wonder if it actually works. Does it translate when I write Kite scuff? Yes, gone. Nice. At least I kind of know what's happening wrong. Does it work? Do you guys get my emote when I say kitty scuff? Anyway, thank you so much for helping me out. Let's go. Let's go back to this. Okay.
Barack said it's all
there's
up and down.
One claim, there's one recording of Netanyahu saying something along those lines. But look, I mean,
so he goes, there's along those lines, and then we get this quote. And the reason that I finish this area and go to a new idea is because of the way he actually even says it.
No,
we should get onto it.
I could read you the quotes from Ehud Barak.
So he says I could read you the quotes from him, but then I actually got and sure I could continue, but he goes and takes the conversation over here. So let me fold all sub branches so that we can see the map a bit more clearly. You, hey Zaxi, how's the kittens? Hey Sherry, good evening. It would be great if I could find my map. There we go. Okay. So this is the section that I started diagramming beforehand. You why are you spray painting? Hey Sherry, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't work when I write in kitty scuff. So I have to be in the YouTube chat to use my own emotes. That's nice. But okay, let's go. Let's get into it. So look, pre-diagrammed, boys. That's not the right blue, but who cares? Well, it looks like the right blue on your guys' screen. Kittens are great, very purry. Kitten purrs are the best. Okay, so Ehud Barak, whatever, he talks about that.
Well. It's all of them that talked about it.
The situation. Let's get on.
Let's get onto it. So he wants to actually say
the situation there.
You either stand with a death cult or a modern democracy. This mapping is fun, but it has a predictable end. The predictable end being that you've got to answer that question. Yeah. But it is fascinating having to go through all of these trials and tribulations in order to have this discussion. There's a lot that could have been handled better, I'd say, for us, for me, for people that are learning from these interactions.
And the war of the last 18 months now, more than 18 months in the Middle East, is a result not of that, but of Hamas deciding to start another war with Israel and trying to annihilate their neighbor.
Okay, so we've got so this was that whole last session basically was plus a fantastic mean you haven't been. That is where we get to today. Wilson, we are going to get to that point. I have diagrammed the you haven't been. So yes, last week we were on what is the pro-Ukraine argument that is not being represented, and then that obviously brought us through to the Israel-Palestine conflict, and he now wants to go and get his side, get his message out about, because he's convinced that this message has not really been espoused on Joe Rogan's podcast. He's here to tell you the truth about Israel as if it's never been spoken before. But okay, so he's here to, there's a lot of him talking, which has happened over the whole discussion. But anyway, so here he is saying the situation and the war and last 18 months, not more than 18 months. Okay, so he's let me put that in there. Beginning his explanation. Things haven't been supported on JRE. Okay. See that. I've come across a couple videos. I've had them recommended to me where it was like all the places all the places Douglas Murray has been
because he has to have gone to a place in order for it to for him to have spoken about it. So it's like a supercut, but I didn't watch the whole thing. Okay, Daisy, you right now is when you decide to do this. Did you guys see her walk past? Okay.
But you don't
And
think if they were being propped up by Israel, that has nothing to do
they were
with the
not
group?
being propped up by Israel. The reason
If you think they're being propped up by Israel, that has nothing to do with the group. So this is the kind of opinion. This over here, Dave's opinion about them being propped up. There's something bad going on. There's something what do you call it? Conspiratorial that's going on behind there. This is the kind of view that Douglas would prefer to just dismiss. Wants to dismiss without discussion. Like he doesn't want to do it. He's upset by the need to discuss it, but he needs to discuss it. He needs to have this conversation. And that's what I've kind of picked up from him in this little chunk that I did, is that it's like he really is so frustrated that he has to have this conversation at all, which I understand. If you go from his perspective, it's like trying to explain to someone why Hitler's bad or something like that, okay? Or why murder's bad. It just seems so out of his his consciousness to think like this. But it is part of his duty as this journalistic integrity man, is to actually discuss this with people, and not be on your high horse, because that's not going to help. And he's just done that. So that's one of my main points, probably, for my summary video, is just, yeah, Douglas, have the conversation. Okay, just come down and have the conversation. Sorry. Got notes here. Dave is wrong. Hamas wasn't propped up to prevent a state. Palestinians could have had a state multiple times. The ideology is ancient. It wasn't invented by Israel. Okay. I'm also considering that we're pre-diagrammed. Let's see how it goes if I can divide my attentions properly. But you don't think they're going to be propped up by Israel? Okay, cool.
reason why Hamas were in power, as you know, much.
So he just says they're not being propped up by Israel. That's it. He doesn't interact with it. He just says no. Okay. The reason why Hamas were in power, as you know, much against the interests of the Israelis, was that they were voted into power after the Israelis withdrew from Gaza. Okay. So this is his major contention. His is that his biggest problem is with them voting in Hamas. Is Hamas, right? That's his thing. He's not talking about anything else that came before. It's just, this is the problem. Can't wait for journalistic integrity man to join the Avengers. He will assemble them. He'll lead them.
Against the interests of the Israelis was that they were voted into power after the Israelis withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Condoleezza Rice, another American.
Okay, so actually something important to keep is that when the Israelis withdrew from Gaza, so he calls it withdrawing from Gaza. This is going to come up later. Is Hamas withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Okay, just got to keep that in mind. That's only because I've pre-diagrammed. I know that he brings this up, so I'm seeing the traces of pre-diagramming coming in here. Okay, Condoleezza, whatever. I'm just using what was in the transcript.
And other American states folk insisted that the Palestinians should have elections straight after the Israeli withdrawal. They had elections, perhaps unwisely, and Hamas won, and then didn't have another election.
So he doesn't notice that he is not. He's also not saying the elections were undemocratic. Question the election result directly, does he? He's not doing that. He says they had elections perhaps unwisely, and Hamas won, and then didn't have another election again, and ruled Gaza for 18 years. Okay, so he's saying that they didn't have another election after
again, and
that's a problem.
ruled the Gaza for 18 years until they finally got the great fruit of their labors on the 7th of October 2023. And
that's quite a statement. He knows he's challenging them with this. They got the fruit of their labors until they finally got. This is quite a combative. Got the fruit of their labors the 7th of October 2023. It's quite bringing it up. Obviously you have to. Went around southern Israel massacring everyone and they could, including young people.
Went around southern Israel massacring everyone they could, including young people at a dance party, and then caused in turn the destruction of the place that they were meant to be governing. It's the whole thing is a great tragedy, and all of it is at the feet of Hamas.
Hamas is the problem. This is the message he wants to say and then leave. He just wants this. This is what you've got to believe, and you can't question. You must just take this as gospel. And questioning is the same as believing an alternative. Instead of wanting to understand more, which is where I'm from, anything like that. But he's used to, I suppose, making this kind of comment on a news show where you just say your opinion and we don't really have to argue too much about it. Yes, they do have those sort of those discussion panels and things like that, and they do argue a little bit on there. But everybody is in the journalistic class there, and everybody kind of plays by the rules and they know that they've got their speeches that they get to say. And yeah, but his main focus as well, biggest issues, Hamas tragedy at the core of it. Hamas to blame. Okay, so you just got to take that. Okay, so now we've got, actually I was saying that yes, there's a lot that Douglas says, but we do get a lot from Dave as well. But you'll see that eventually it starts getting very choppy because they are so angry at each other.
I certainly agree with you that it's a great tragedy. And I do, I think it's when you accuse me of using the quotes that kind of, back up what I believe, I think it's very convenient here to remove all responsibility from the Israelis. Like, even if
So he went, this is what Douglas is upset about. I agree with you that it's a great tragedy. They say this and then they go further and they say, oh, well, you're taking away the responsibility from the Israelis then. You've literally, which it makes sense that this comes after what his speech was. Yeah, he says, yeah, but you've taken away all responsibility for the Israelis. You've made it only about Hamas. Like he literally said, it's at the feet of, all of it is at the feet of Hamas. He very much wants that to be the final word instead of, hey, she seems like when wars happen, both sides are killing each other and that sucks. Yeah. I don't know if that's what Dave is saying, but yeah.
if I'm telling you that you have these quotes, I mean, I'm not talking about fringe figures.
Okay. So the Israelis, but giving them any responsibility is akin to siding with Hamas. That's the thing. That's what people feel like when you say that. Even if I'm telling you,
we could read through the list of people who have admitted what the strategy was with them funding Hamas and propping them up. But hold on, let me just.
Okay, so yeah, this is that one. Let me see. Like, even if I'm telling you that they have these quotes, I mean, figures. I'm not talking about fringe figures. Sorry, this is a lot of this. I didn't take the us and whatever's out. Fringe figures, we could read through the list of people who have admitted that the strategy was to prop them up, funding Hamas. So I actually want to use a different block for this. Okay.
So if you're going to tell me Israel props up this terrorist organization in order to kill the peace process, in order to make sure that the international community gives them a no one. By the way, Smotrich, right?
Okay, so I've got these extras. Smotrich, just these extra points that he gets to.
Finance minister, okay, he's on record. He's on record saying, look, Hamas is an asset. The Palestinian Authority, they're the liability. Hamas is an asset because we can tell the international community, well, look, what do you want us to do? There's a terrorist organization here. We can't do business with them. And then even Ehud Barak admitted, like, this was also so that liberal Israelis, you know, if it was the Palestinian Authority, they'd be like, hey, we should make a deal with them. But since it's Hamas, they can't. Okay, so if Israel...
Okay, so this is him explaining a whole bunch of positions on the conflict, but basically is just saying, hey, Israel has some culpability, apparently. Dave saying Israel. And he's asserting that they're conspiracy, like okay. So he gets from all of that. So clearly we have him completely Douglas disagreeing that they're being propped up by Israel. Completely disagrees. He does disagree with this. But fine, if we just taking it as an if. Okay, if we're just taking it as an if, then
props up this terrorist organization, and then as a response to them committing a horrific act of terrorism, decides to level the...
Sorry, let me actually put it at 1.25.
entire place and just slaughter women and children in large numbers.
Do that, and it didn't do that.
So you can see, so he goes here, I agree, it's a great tragedy. That's all he says, a great tragedy. Then when he speaks about what Israel did, he does go into a horrific act of terrorism, decides to level the entire place, slaughters women and children in large numbers. So look at the difference between how he describes both sides of this thing. Hey, Cyberinger, good to see ya. Hi, weirdo. We've decided that's what all of the people that are around here are, because you can sit and listen to this and interact with it. But I love it. Okay, so yeah, let me just put a little note here. Like, okay, it goes into more detail, goes into more emotional language here. Hello, WZ. Arigato. Okay. Into more emotional language here than when describing. Describing October 7th. Okay. But he just goes, oh, that's a tragedy. And then here he goes, oh, slaughtering and da-da-da. It's almost as if doing it on either side is bad.
But, yeah.
It didn't level the place. Gaza's hasn't been
Gaza
destroyed.
is already leveled by now.
Yeah.
They did.
So he goes, this was not a great showing, I don't think. They didn't decide to do that. But yeah, that's not much of an argument. Like, they didn't decide to do that. What do you mean they didn't decide to? Like, what do you even mean by that word, that wording?
Did not go in to level the place like that.
They didn't, but so yeah, and I'm with Dave here on the way he's questioning Douglas. Like, I don't know what Douglas means here, and these are kind of questions I would be asking as well, just probably not as shouty as Dave or as incredulous as Dave, because yeah, I have little knowledge, so I would be asking earnestly, honestly, saying, what do you mean by that they didn't decide to do that? Because it sounds like if it happened, they decided to do it.
No.
Okay, they went in and leveled the place, but that wasn't their intention.
Let's just...
Yeah, like, there you go. The way he goes, it didn't have the place. Gaza hasn't been destroyed. This is all, you can see just this contention between the two. They start doing this now, and they continue for, I suppose, what the rest of this whole discussion, where it's like, boom, boom, that they go through these little cycles of questioning each other, and I think it is because of Douglas, who puts in these little asides. It is mostly because of him. Okay, they went in and leveled the place, but that wasn't their intention. But then he doesn't answer it. He doesn't discuss what he meant here. Doesn't go anywhere. We don't talk about that. He actually goes, no. Let's do what I want to talk about.
Let's just go back to the beginning if we can.
Sure.
Because it's important.
So he directs completely. He's taken away from. We don't go. We don't interact with what he was talking about before. Douglas directing the conversation. It's absolutely relevant where he goes with it. It's not like he completely talks about something else, but he takes control of the conversation a lot of the time. Okay, and he goes, okay, let's just go back to the beginning, since you're interested in the question of Palestinian state. So now he gets to articulate his pre-packaged or pre-prepared his idea. This is how he formatted it in his head, so it's easier to do it this way. And this is how he gets all of his stuff out. Look how much he gets to talk now. Okay, he gets all of this time to explain himself, which is good. We want to hear that.
Since you're interested in the question of the Palestinian state, the Palestinians were given another state in 2005, when every single Jew was removed from the Gaza by the IDF, and when even the graves of Israelis in Gaza were dug up and taken into the rest of Israel.
So also goes into some, make sure that we've got the emotional imagery. Okay. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just pointing it out. Okay. I'm just saying it's there. And visions. We're talking about the Palestine. We're talking about the Palestine and the Gaza. Vocabulary and imagery. Okay. Let's make sure we're all the right color. Friday night Chintzia obviously didn't have the right colors going on. Jeez. Okay. Cool.
Of all of the what ifs of Palestinian Arab history, the era since 2005 should be one of the great what ifs, which is,
see, like this is what I mean by pre-prepared, in that this is what he's used to articulating. He's got a way of framing it and everything. He is putting it the way he wants you to hear it, that's not a criticism. That's what you do when you are in a formal debate. That's how you would frame things.
what if the American taxpayers' money that was poured into Gaza, the European Union taxpayer money that was poured into Gaza, had been used by a government in Gaza to build a state that lived side by side with their Israeli neighbors and flourished?
This question goes throughout the rest of this conversation, very much so about, okay, what if? That's his main thing.
And it's not like the money wasn't there. It's not like there wasn't the international will. Ismail Haniyeh.
He doesn't talk about the blockade here.
And the other leaders of Hamas used that money, as you know, to make themselves billionaires and to buy themselves and their kids condos in Qatar and to live extremely well, whilst withholding the money from the Palestinian people.
Okay, so we don't get comments on this as well from Dave. Doesn't talk about this. It seems like he's a lot more interested in the corruption of the Israelis,
whilst building their network of tunnels throughout Gaza and building an infrastructure of terror. And that's what they did with 18 years in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And of all of the what ifs, just consider that one was in their hands.
And yeah, that's this is the kind of point where he kind of is like, just put that there, and that's why I blame them. Basically, this is why he blames them. They could have developed this. They chose. They are the ones that made a bad decision.
The Israelis did not make them vote in Hamas. The Israelis would not want a terrorist entity that wants to annihilate the state of Israel, that is there on their doorstep, constantly firing rockets, starting wars every few years,
So yeah, he's definitely pontificating. He's getting his point out.
Why would the Israelis want a group there that means that if you're living in towns like Sderot or Ashkelon or Ashdod, your children grow up all the time knowing that they might have to go to the bomb shelters, and that's during peacetime.
Well,
You see me on Spotify? My Spotify's closed now. Should be. I don't know what Arsoria is talking about. Okay.
according to them, the reason they want it there is because then it kills the peace process, and then you.
Okay, so this is why would the Israelis want this? So he's saying it's basically who is the what do you call it? Who's to blame? That's obviously the conversation anyone has when it comes to war, is who's to blame, who's more bad than the other. And it seems a bit popular to be like it's only Israel who's bad. It's a flirt. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a good one, Artoria, guys. If you want to go, this is how it works. I see you on Spotify. You are called one of the hottest singles ever. So there's your today's flirt by Artoria. The whole October 7th was IDF actually filed away with Flat Earth and Easter Bunny. Come up with something else.
You have a no one to negotiate with certificate, and that.
Okay, yeah, this over here is just a rephrasing. This no one to negotiate with certificate is just what he was talking about here. Their liability did it, and then there we go. Great tragedy. Where is it? Yeah. In order to kill the peace process, it gives them, yes. There we go. So it's just a repeat of that. But it's a flyover because they're interrupting each other. Well, he's talking and then gets interrupted.
Then you can keep your eyes on building up settlements in the West Bank.
Critically examining Douglas. Why would they want terrorists? Isn't it evidence that they didn't create Hamas? However, it's not Douglas who needs to prove a negative. Yeah, well, he's saying, why would they want the terrorists? And he's saying it's because they don't want peace. He's saying they don't want peace. They don't want the compromise. They don't want to. He seems to be giving Israel this quality that they are hardline and they want absolutely all of it. This two-party solution is wrong. Two-state solution is wrong. That's kind of what I'm getting from him.
There are, as now, many people to negotiate with. Mahmoud.
So over here, this is quite interesting. He goes and talks about all the people that it's possible to negotiate with, which it does make sense to bring that up as a what do you call it? As a counter argument to this, because he's saying, well, you've got we can't negotiate certificate. And he's like, well, this is who you negotiate with. But what he brings up here is that this is not Hamas. They can't negotiate with Hamas. They can negotiate with the other people that weren't elected.
Abbas may be, I don't know, as the joke goes, currently in something like his 20th year of his first 4-year term as head of the Palestinian Authority. But Mahmoud Abbas is there in Ramallah. Yeah,
so he negotiation is for negotiation should be with, according to him, negotiation is possible with the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas. Okay. So this nobody to negotiate, nobody to negotiate with certificate is false. Negotiate with certificate is useless then, according to him. Okay.
Ramallah, the compounds of the Palestinian Authority, which I've been to many times in Ramallah, are there.
Oh, just another thing. He has to. This been to many times. comes up. It's actually quite interesting how the "have you been" question comes up later after he's thrown out these breadcrumbs of where he's been.
There, they run their portions of the West Bank. They could be there to negotiate with at any moment. The Israelis have said they want to negotiate with them at any moment and come to the deal. In fact, Netanyahu, you're so fond of quoting, said again before this war began that he would come to the table with no red lines to begin with to start another negotiation with the Palestinian Authority. But let's just get back to this thing, because this is so crucial.
Now, this is, he goes, let's get back to this. This is so crucial. So he actually needs to continue his speech over here. And don't take that as me saying, oh, it's a horrible speech or anything, because it is quite impactful. But this is really what he's come here to say, and he wants people to hear. This is, in my opinion, what he is here to get this point out. He's most frustrated, and he's getting this point. All of this that comes out here is just what he wants everybody to know, and what he doesn't think has been very well represented on Joe Rogan. So this is all him saying what needs to be said. So let's hear him out. Let's hear all of the things he brings up. And this apparently has not been spoken about on Joe Rogan.
I am so startled by the post-October the 7th world, not just in Israel and Gaza and everywhere where I spent most of the last 18 months.
Remember, he was there.
But in what's happening here in the United States of America. It blows my mind, much of the response here. And the desire to leap over the first victims of this and go on to all of the proximate causes, theoretical causes, what ifs, and so on.
Okay, so he's this is completely valid. The reaction has been there's been this completely acceptable anti-Semitism of it all. Like, yes, there have been people that are in support, but then it's just seemed very popular. From my normie point of view, it seemed very popular. People are a lot more comfortable with just being completely against Israel and yeah, screw them. There's no, oh my God, it's a horrible thing, I hate what's going on there, whatever. It's kind of like, oh, they deserve it, is what I started hearing, and I'm not used to that.
I was, as I described in the opening of this book, I was in New York on the 7th of October, and I woke.
So this, of course, is also the way that he's putting this as well. If you don't want to like him, if you don't want to listen to him, the way he puts this across is also helping you not do that, because he goes, oh, my book, talks about his book, and this I would imagine is very worded very similarly to his introduction in the book. There's nothing wrong with that. He's worked on this for a while. When you are trying to espouse the same, you're trying to give the same information, you kind of learn it by rote. There's nothing wrong with that. But this is his expressive writer self trying to get the message across to everybody who's listening, because this is his chance to get it across. But I would think that people are already closed off to what he has to say in any case.
Woke up and started seeing what was happening, and discovered that later that day already there were plans to organize a protest in Times Square. And what was a protest in Times Square? Massive protest in support of Hamas, as the massacre was still going on.
Okay, so not going to go into fact checking of that. This is what he brings up. Okay, and as somebody asked me about fact checking while doing the diagram, that's something I could do in a different if I decide to add that to a format or something like that. But typically, what I've done with my format is stuck with what they bring up in the conversation, because I suppose the fact checking stuff can come afterwards when there's a summary video, but I've never gotten to the summary video section. So this is where we're at now. We're not doing fact checking and things like that. We're listening to the conversation. We're trying to figure out how it went, and what is more believable, what isn't. This will be the longest. It already is the longest diagram I've ever made, because it's the most detailed one I've ever made, because I have used the transcript. exactly, copy pasted and everything, and divided it up in, like, instead of one block for a speaking turn, I divided into different ideas and things like that. Yeah, definitely the biggest diagram. And that's kind of why I've got the sunken cost now, that I have to finish it. I don't know if going on a podcast to promote your book, it makes you a grifter. No, it doesn't necessarily. You could believe in what's in your book. You can believe what's in your book. A grifter doesn't believe what they're selling. They just sell it because it's beneficial to them. Yeah, it doesn't necessitate that he's grifting. No, he's not.
And one of the things I just cannot get out of my head is,
sorry, Nico. True, some among the dissident right have been anti-Semitic for a long time and are using this war as an opportunity to be more anti-Semitic, and this despite them not really being pro-Islam. Yeah, it's just because they had. This is kind of. I shared a video over the weekend that Hank made. I've been corrected. It wasn't John, but from the Vlog Brothers, right? And he just described that people take certain arguments and opinions and make them part of a tribal war, basically. So you over here, you have this right, what's it, far right person, whatever. They're looking for reasons to not like the Jewish people, and they find this and they decide that that's what they're going to find all of the reasons behind that. They go and post hoc go in and find reasons to believe what they want to believe. And that's not saying that nobody else does that. I'm just saying this is what happened, what has occurred. Seems like there has been the hatred for Jewish people, hatred for Israel, and then we go and we fill in the blanks. Let's find the reason. Let's find the okay, that they actually, you know what, actually what's it, Israel did October 7th, that sort of thing. Oh no, I did some quick maths. You spent about 2 on this hour so far. Oh, I did work on this off stream a little bit to just diagram, but in terms of content, yeah, that's how much.
Why in the last 18 months, when Hamas did what they did, have so many people made excuses for them, or decided to side with them, or deny their actions, or excuse their actions?
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, like side with them, I don't know. I think there is a middle ground that people are not siding with them. They're just asking questions. But of course, what Douglas is mostly aggrieved about is those people that they're not taking a side. They need to take the right side. I think Dave has a good response here, but it doesn't land quite as well because he doesn't have the pretty words to put it in. But yeah, his main concern is is how everybody's anti-Israel. Main concern equals anti-Israel sentiment and support for Hamas. Okay. Hi, Sparkles. Good evening. Let's change you. Okay. Why do you think that is? So this is quite an interesting thing that he has to ask. He asks this. Is this, you can take it if you're being very sensitive. You can be like, oh, Rogan is seeing truth in what these people are speaking about. Rogan is saying, well, you see, they've given us reason to. I put Miss Sparkles and AI change it to Mr. I haven't seen the latest video, Sparkles. Okay, so yeah.
Several very, very big things. One is,
so let's see if he answers it actually. So what do you think it is? Why do we have people so willing to go against Israel and be in support of Hamas? Okay. It's about me, and I have to watch it. Then I have to watch it. Is it in the Discord?
I think people wanted to ignore the nature of the atrocity because it was so appalling that it went against much of their narrative.
Okay, that part there, I think it makes sense. We can just ignore it because it's quite scary and quite brutal. It's kind of like the people that are like gay people for Palestine or something like that. That they don't want to know to look at that part of the narrative. They want to pretend that side is everything they want it to be. And when you get an atrocity, that's like, oopsie, they are bad. That's crap. So I see what he means. You can't. First of all, you want to ignore the nature of the narrative. So let's just think about what the narrative is here. Narrative being that. Well, I won't say Palestine. I'll say Hamas is not the worst ever. That's basically the thing that they're trying to talk about, is that they're not the worst ever.
I was at a reunion of one of the survivors of the
People were celebrating it. Yeah, they were celebrating it. This was a crazy thing, that there were actually people on the Western people were celebrating it as if it was yeah.
Nova party on one occasion, and he said to me, "What would you do if this had happened in your country?" And I thought, well, it hasn't happened at this scale, but something like it has happened.
So this is as much as I'm like, oh wow, more. Of course, this is more of the places that he's been. Thank you. He's been to all of the places. So this just adds to that. Also, if you don't want to believe him from the get-go, you're going to find a problem with this. You're going to get pissed off that he's always bringing up where he went and who he spoke to. It's going to make you feel like he's on a high horse. Cool. But valid point is raised. Yeah, what would you do if this happened in your country? And he gives us some very small examples, because nothing on the scale has happened. Absolutely true. But on all these occasions, nobody celebrated it. Nobody went, yeah, that's a good thing. And when you say nobody, it's not like that was in the news, that the immediate response was like a protest or a support thing in Times Square kind of thing. There was nothing like that. So that's what he's saying, is like he's demonstrating the insidious nature of it. Well, Lordy, yes, go to the country you talk about if millions listen. Is that's what you're talking about? What is he talking about? He's talking about like what event? He's talking about October 7th, and then he's saying on a smaller scale, like a terrorist event, basically a calamity and a horrible event in which many people die. And he does not once, when he says it hasn't happened at this scale, but something like it has happened. So he's got these sort of examples that happened in his country, right? Then he's the comparison. He's making a comparison in reaction. Many in the West don't often realize how loud their voices can be, and yes, anti-Semites got spotlighted because of it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was because that was so extraordinary that then you don't really hear anyone else saying, "Geez, that's horrible." It became a fight over who's. They were kind of. I got things that like people were trying to deny how horrible it was, and then there was people that were celebrating how horrible it was. It was just, and it made me sick. I hated it, and that doesn't make me a moral arbiter or better. It just makes me human. Jeez. Okay. Like it was, people were just, oh, I go on Twitter, so you know what I mean.
The Ariana Grande arena bombing in Manchester in 2017, the Bataclan
Okay, so yeah,
massacre in
he's
Paris in 2015, the Pulse nightclub shooting in 2015. But all of these occasions when young people were murdered for being at a pop concert or a nightclub, the world's attention, the world's empathy, the world's sympathy went to the victims.
Mhm. So went straight to victims. I'm sure we could probably find people that celebrated that sort of stuff. I'm sure you could find tweets or things like this about where there was no empathy, because humans are gonna human, is a saying that you get from the Morbid podcast. Is people are gonna people, and they'll be bad. So you will definitely find bad, like reactions to it where they would be happy about these things that he's given us as examples about the Ariana Grande and all of that. I'm sure you could find tweets and things like that, but nobody was really discussing whether it's a good or a bad thing on the news. There was no and there was no huge protest, or what do you even call it, show of support, rally.
Only in the case of the young Israelis dancing in the early hours of the morning on October the 7th, 2023, do the victims become victimized again and not believe.
So just listen to the language he uses here is on purpose to make you connect with how horrible the event is.
The era we lived through in the late 2010s was the era of believable women. And of all the Israeli women who were raped that morning, much of the international community does not.
Yeah, he does not shy away from the rape word, and he goes, you guys are sitting with your believable woman, and now over here you just decided to ignore that. You've gone from caring about wolf whistling to, nah, it's not that bad, these people deserve it, basically.
Not want to listen to them at all, and certainly doesn't want to believe them. And there are many reasons. One, at the most fundamental level, is that I think a part of a generation.
And this is all, you'll see how Dave responds to this. This is all quite true. I have the same sentiment as him. Sorry. With the way that people reacted was so disgusting. I'm with him on that completely. But I don't know if this means that he puts Dave in that group, because that doesn't make sense. I think more what he wants to do here is rebuke everybody who has these opinions and make sure that he has shown that he is against it. It's kind of like a long disavowal. And he wants that, and he doesn't think that he is of the opinion that it hasn't happened enough on Joe Rogan. So this is him using his soapbox in order to spread this message. That's what he's supposed to do. That's what he's here to talk about.
That's coming up has been told there is something especially wicked about Israel.
This is one of the most. This is quite a poignant point. Let me just go. I need to go right. Zoom right into it so you guys can read it and hear it all at the same time. This, I'm sorry, I find no falsehoods here. I've felt this as a normie. I'm supposed to be in a part of the world where this is it's normal, but I actually have gotten more anti-Semitism from the US than anywhere else.
Well, that there is something especially wicked about Israel's existence and its actions and its people. And it means that when their people are burned alive in their homes or raped at a music festival and shot in the head, they are uniquely undeserving of sympathy. And
so the shot in the head thing, maybe that's exactly what he was talking about there, Mark.
And I think that people have been indoctrinated by very bad actors into this, and as a result have excused atrocities or will make excuses for them, make excuses for the people who do them. I think, in addition, it plays to some of the darkest things of the regional mind as well as the international mind.
Mm-hmm.
The aims of Hamas, their stated aims, include the annihilation of the Jewish people.
That's one of the main things as well, that its stated aim literally looking for the annihilation of the Jewish people, like that being a stated aim, is quite scary. But I guess if you don't, maybe some people would argue, okay, well, Israel is just not stating their intent.
And October the 7th, they had their best go at doing that.
Not unlike the quick rise of woke. It's kind of like off the back of woke. It seems like, because all the wokies were the ones that started Free Palestine chains and things like that. They started to make it their cause. They before they weren't speaking about it, but now they are active online doing that sort of thing. They're not even in the region, but they're busy making it their business. They're literally doing queers for Palestine things. Yeah.
And the fact that in a decision between whether or not you're on the side of the people who want to dance and live in peace with their neighbors, or whether you're on the side of the people who want to rampage through a dance party bar.
Yeah, they don't exactly. Rex, that's true. I don't think the majority of antis on Twitter give a shit about Palestine, though. There's that. I think maybe there's that subset of just like, I don't want us to be involved in this this conflict at all. Screw both of them, basically. But there are the people that use pro-Palestine in order to just get even or get angry at Israelis. Ugh, I don't know. I'm just trying to view this and look down on it, and just all I can say is from my normie perspective, in terms of what has come into my view, it has quite interestingly gone way up in the past few years. Morning, Dildo.
In the early morning, macheting at people. I find it amazing that there are so many people who don't know which side they're on, but there are a lot of them.
Okay, you see this over here, macheting people and things like that. He goes, I find it amazing people don't know which side they're on. This is where we come to the point of you have to be on a side in order to be considered good. You can't be completely against all kinds of atrocities. It's just not good enough for you to be against atrocities of all kinds. You have to choose who you're going to support. And I'm not comfortable with that, because I don't want to support any kind of killing. I would support any kind of humanitarian aid. That's what I would do. That's all that I can do as an individual, as a human normie person that is not a politician. That's just, and these are the people that are listening to the podcast. Emotional blackmail. Stand for nothing, fall for anything. Okay.
There are a lot of reasons for that, but one of the foremost reasons is the fact that the state of Israel has been uniquely libeled, has been uniquely lied about. Its history has been uniquely lied about. It has been uniquely put under an international spotlight and then misrepresented in a way which I cannot think of many other countries in the world that have been treated that way. And there are deep reasons for it and shallow reasons for it. The deep reasons include some of the most ancient bigotries of the human heart, and the shallow reasons are people who don't know what the hell they're talking about.
That's his main speech. The people who don't know what they're talking about. Where are we at? Yeah? Uniquely undeserving of sympathy. This thing over here, shot in the head, they are uniquely undeserving of sympathy. The way he speaks about that is like that means they deserve it. Not undeserving of sympathy, they deserve it. That's kind of the message that I got. I think that people have indoctrinated by very bad actors. I don't know who these bad actors are. Okay, into this, and as a result have excused atrocities or make excuses for them. Excuses. When you're looking at a war, you're always going to look for the cause, and that's then going to be called an excuse. Because then it's like, who did it first? Make excuses for people who do them. I think in addition, it plays to some of the darkest things of the regional mind as well as the international mind. the aims of Hamas. Okay, so we've got that. He's basically just putting all of this together for us. I would say I could probably read this in his book. He probably has written something along these lines in any case. Okay, the fact is that in a decision between whether or not you're on the side of people who want to dance and live in peace with their neighbors, okay, this can then be re-argued and contested, because you're then characterizing Israel as completely peaceful. Or whether you're on the side of the people who want to rampage through a dance party in the early morning, macheting people. I find it amazing that there are so many people who don't know which side of this, but there are a lot of them. I'll just put my note there that it's not being on any side. You have to take a side. Or you're as good as supporting. Why can't I still don't understand, even just me as a normie, because I don't have to create any policies. I don't have to sort out the problem. All I can do is say, please stop that. I don't know. I don't understand why. Anyway, the deep reasons include some of the most ancient bigotries of the human heart, and the shallow reasons are that people don't know what the hell they're talking about. So this is his main point. He wants this to be done. Once he says this, look at his face. That's it. Look how angry he is. He is done. He does not want to go any further. He's had his say. He's explained it. And now what are you going to do with it? And actually, you can see that Dave is a little bit, it seems like to me, Dave's a little bit uncomfortable here because he's been painted with all of that. Okay, so look at how he goes.
Okay, I think that look, I'm not going to speak for what every person out there believes. I don't exactly agree with like the characterization that there was no outpouring of like feeling after October 7th, and
Okay, so he's saying he doesn't agree that there was no outpouring of feeling. I don't think that's I don't know, is that the claim that he's saying? I guess what he wasn't clear about is that the outpouring, the protest, there was a protest in Times Square, massive protest in support. That is actually more what he had a problem with than there wasn't absolutely no there was absolutely no pouring out of sympathy. And that's what I would say, is that, listen, the fact that the main message that came across was support for Hamas was a new thing and different and shocking.
Certainly, like, everybody I know was just like, oh my God, this is like a...
So now he has to talk about himself, right? Because he's got to differentiate himself from these bad actors, bad actors that Douglas has just described. Okay, which makes sense. That's what he's doing. He's setting himself apart. So like, cool, he's not, but he better not be saying that none of this is true. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm not going to speak for what every person out there believes. So he does. I think that's where he says it. It's like, listen, cool, I'll tell you what I think. This is what happened with me. Okay, I don't agree with like the characterization that there was no outpouring of feeling, and certainly like everybody I know was like, oh my God, this is like horrific
atrocity, and like an unprecedented terrorist attack from Hamas, the worst terrorist attack in Israeli history against Israelis, and it was horrible. I think what a lot of
so it was horrible. Cool. So he does say it was horrible. But I do notice the difference between how he speaks about this. He doesn't use the same sort of horrific language, like, horrific imagery. He goes, no, it was bad, it was horrible, it was horrible. And I guess you can't spend time, you don't need to sit and spend time on how absolutely horrendous it was. People want to go further and talk more about it, right? They want to say, okay, now what do we do? That's what podcasts do, I suppose.
I'm not arguing that there are no people who are actually pro-Hamas, or there are no people who are actually like hate Jews or something like that.
Cool. That's he is not arguing that. That's a good thing. He knows that. So essentially he is not disagreeing with that part of the argument that there are bad people, but how is he differentiating his people from those people?
Do think that what happens is that a lot of people get put in that category who do not belong there.
Okay, so that's him. This is the main thing that he's trying to avoid, is being put in this category while not belonging there. Much like we've seen this over the last year.
Much like we've seen this over the last year and a half, where a lot of people, you have John Podhoretz calling Thomas Massey anti-Semitic scum because he said, we're dead broke. We can't afford to fund everybody else's war here. People have been calling Tucker Carlson anti-Semitic all over the place. But these are two guys, Thomas Massey and Tucker Carlson, who have never uttered the words "the Jews" in their life. Like they're just not anti-Semites at all. So,
but there is this thing of a feeling. People feel. So you might people say it's like a that there is underlying. And that a person has to say they're an anti-Semite, and then they'll be allowed. Then they can be called an anti-Semite. Whereas it's like somebody saying, no, but that's racism, and another person says, no, I wasn't being racist. There's just a disconnect between how everybody sees what was happening, the intent of actions. I'm finding it hard to word what I'm thinking today, but we'll get into it hopefully.
So there's a lot of people, I think, who are when they're critical of the Israeli government's response to this, get
sorry, let's go here. Without overt statements. Okay, I know that is a thing. They're not anti-Semites at all. Where do we go? There's a lot of people, I think, who are there when they're critical.
lumped in as
So you're not supposed to be at all. There's a black and white thinking. You're not supposed to be critical of Israel ever, because being critical of Israel equals being pro-Hamas, which is not that is not a thing. That is not a thing. They are not the same thing. That's why not going, oh, Israel's perfect and amazing somehow means that I'm against Israel. Like, okay, no. It's almost as if everybody has all these different motivations for the things that they do. And maybe I'm just more concerned with the people at the bottom that actually just die. That die for whatever the fuck is going on with the people at the top. I'm sorry that I'm so simple-minded, but that's all I care about. Dog whistling, inductive reasoning. Yeah, mate, it could be. Why are you so anti-Semitic, Kitty? Exactly. Why am I? I've been indoctrinated by the baddies. The black and white thinking on an issue highly complex. And I guess they go, it's not complex. It's between democracy and whatever. It's like, no. We're beyond that choice though, because that's not where this conflict's at. The conflict is not making that choice. The conflict is not simple. So it doesn't really matter what I think is the ideal. It's gone beyond. It's become a war, and there's fog, and there's hate, and there's people dying. I will certainly say this. You know what I need to understand here? We're talking about dog whistling, okay? Why on God's green earth do we have to say certainly so much? Everybody in this fucking conversation has said certainly a lot. Is it a dog whistle? Shall we perpetuate that rumor that certainly is a dog whistle for anti-Semitism? That's why Dave and Joe say certainly a lot, because they should not be using the word certainly. That's not a word they usually use.
Dave clearly says the worst terror attack in Israeli history carried out on the Israelis, implying Israel has participated in much worse terror attack against Gaza. Yeah, he does have that. He brings that in. He leaves those sort of things behind. He has to make sure that that's said. I wonder if that's a very good question, Darcy. I wonder if Douglas Murray thinks that there is anybody critical of Israel that he would consider an expert, because it seems like he's using the expert argument just to get rid of the people that are critical of Israel. It's like, well, the experts agree that there's nothing wrong here, so he bases it on that expertise argument. Yeah. Okay, pro-Hamas, I will certainly say that's certainly not my position. Also, let me say something here. Where is it that you said it here? Here. Attack from Hamas, the worst terror strike Israel in here. So I'm gonna just do what you spoke about there in could imply Israel okay, whoa, now just a reminder, I'm letting chat just go by, but just a reminder, keep it civil, boys and girls. I don't know if there's I'm not saying that there is no civility going on, but I know that we are in quite a contentious part of the debate, and on quite a contentious subject. Just try and keep it civil, that's all. That is not me saying that something's going on in chat. I don't know. I'm trying to get through this thing.
Pro-Hamas. I will certainly say that's certainly.
Okay, so certainly. Okay. Now, is Douglas saying I'm not saying that
not
about
my
you?
position. Its response to this get lumped in as pro-Hamas. I will certainly say that's certainly not my position. I think your description of them, death cult, by the way, the same term that.
Okay, so he just goes blah, 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 blah. That's all I hear from him. I don't know if he's just denying. I'm not saying that about you. I'm just saying it about other people. So he says, not my position. And this is quite a blow that Dave knows he's giving here by going, oh, by the way, a death cult is actually something that Daryl Cooper likes to call them too. So you're like Daryl Cooper. That this is quite a burn, making Daryl and Douglas the same by mentioning death cults. Like he had that in his pocket and he just brought it out there. I need to stand. Almost there. Let's walk. Okay. I guess I can move the camera up while I do that, while I stand. But that doesn't really help us all. Okay, fine. Here I am. I will certainly say that I think that your characterization, okay?
That Daryl Cooper used to describe Hamas, I think is an accurate one. And it was horrible. But I think that
it's an accurate one and it was horrible. Okay, so we have an agreement. Oopsie poopsie. He agrees with you. What do we do? What do we do? Okay. But I suppose that's a token of, look, I'm not an anti-Semite. I suppose if I can call it that. But literally it is. I'm not pro-Hamas. That doesn't mean... This is one of the main arguments that came in initially around October 7th from some of the reasonable people was like, okay, cool. I'm not pro-Hamas, but I'm not... what's it? Hi. I'm not completely anti-Palestine either. I care about the Palestinian people.
That was and caring about them was apparently not a good thing. That you can't do that. Like, I care about them, and that's a problem. Okay, just because I care about the Palestinians now suddenly means I don't care about the Israelis, because now I've got to go along the lines that their conflict is going. God, I hate war. Okay, I think
I think that your characterization, first of all, of that they gave the Palestinians a state in 2005 is just wrong. I just think that is not at all an accurate way to describe the disengagement, which we could get into more if you want to. But
okay, so they gave the Palestinians a state. That was discussed. We can get into it as he did say withdrawal. Where did he go? It was over here. It was over here when he spoke about they could have built themselves a good state. They could have not the negotiation, this come on, during the peacetime. No, not that. This is what they could have done instead. Okay. But it's like they didn't have the state. They didn't actually have it. Okay. Who doesn't care about innocent people? The edgy boys on the internet don't care about innocent people. They say, so what? The edgy boys there, that they'll say that. They'll say, so what? We got to talk about sides. Okay.
But first of all, I would just point out that if the two-state solution was achieved, I assume you're arguing it was taken away after that. You're not still arguing that the Palestinians have a state, or are you saying they have had a state since 2005?
This is quite interesting and confusing to me. Okay, so here we go. This is fun times. Okay, he's saying but first of all, I would point out that if the two states, so we have this if that we don't really interact with is yet. Okay, he brings up this thing about the two states. I assume you're arguing it was taken away after that. You're not still arguing that the Palestinians have a state, or are you saying they had a state since 2005? So, because he did say the withdrawal of the Israelis in 2005. So he's saying, what are we calling this? Are we calling this withdrawal, this disengagement, this whatever? Are we calling that them having a state?
They were given a state in Gaza.
And when was it?
And they were given a state in the Gaza. Okay, he agrees with that. I'm just trying to put a capital T. Good Lord. Okay, good. Jesus. Okay, given a state in the Gaza. Okay, so we've got that. When was it taken away? When was it taken away? Okay.
Was it taken away?
Well, they kind of screwed it up for themselves on the 7th of October.
Okay, so the fact that he brings this up, he goes, they had a state, they were given it in Gaza. So this is the view, given it, and then they screwed it up. So on the 7th of October. Now, from somebody on the outside, what I'm hearing then is, oh, they were fine until October 7th, and they messed it up. They restarted the war. They were all well and good. There was no conflict. They screwed it up. From 2005, they screwed it up on October 7th. 2024? 2023? Okay. There was a two-state solution. So is he saying, are you telling me there's been how do we characterize it? Are we characterizing it as a two-state solution, or was it not achieved yet?
So you're saying from 2005 all the way till October 7th, there was a two-state solution. It had been achieved.
From 2005, to October. Did you say 7th? Sorry. Let's go
another state, yeah.
2005 all the way till October 7th, there was a two-state solution. It had been achieved.
It had been achieved, so that completely, the solution had been done. It was all good. Everyone was happy.
Well, it was another state, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he goes, well, it was another state, which I'm thinking when he says, see how we start chopping and changing, like we go very quickly, do. It continues like this for a while. So we had these big speeches, big speech. We also had speeches before. So we had quite a bit of chunkiness. And then now we're going, okay, let's converse. I'm asking you questions along the lines here. Okay. There was 2 states. Cool. Well, it was another state. Here I'm thinking, okay, he means that it was Hamas. It was the wrong state. I don't know.
But that would be 2 states. Then.
No, it was another state. It was different.
Then he goes, but that would be 2 states. Which, yes, sorry, that's how I understood it when you're saying it was another state. But that's still 2 states. Just because it's not the one that you want, that doesn't mean there weren't 2 states involved. But I think what he means, this is just what I'm trying to figure out from this tiny little exchange here, is that another state being Hamas. I don't know. Like, I don't really get what he's doing with it, because we just keep skipping between the 2 of them.
Different from the PA.
Okay, right. But I'm saying a Palestine.
It's yeah, there. It would be 2 states then, but that's he's saying. So we're calling it a 2 state. This is what he's trying to assert. We're calling it a 2 state. Then no, it was another state different from the PA, which still means 2 states according to how Dave is interpreting this, right? Okay. Yes, probably different from what you're seeing. This is not the achievement of the 2 state solution, because it's the wrong state. This is what I'm figuring. But he's saying still there was still a Palestinian state. Just take that, and then we can go forward with his discussion.
Palestinian state.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's interesting about that is that this is not how any of the leaders really describe it. I mean, when Netanyahu himself is not claiming that they had already achieved a 2-state solution, why are you talking about this? What happened in 2005 in the disengagement?
Okay, so let's go back to this.
Was that essentially achieved a 2-state solution? Why are you talking about this? What I mean, when Netanyahu himself is not claiming that they had already achieved a 2-state solution, why are you talking about this? What happened in 2005 in the disengagement was that essentially Israel went from occupying the place to surrounding the place, and they've.
Yeah, he is not. It's not that he was believing that the 2-state solution had actually happened. He was trying to get Murray to say that it did. Just trying. Let's see. Let's put it here. The 2-state solution. Okay, because then he could go over here and he could say, well, it wasn't. Getting to the point. Oh God. Where the 2-state solution wasn't implemented. So it was still a problem. It's not like everything was fine and dandy.
They've had it under a brutal blockade since 2007. And yes, you.
Okay, so he's talking about the brutal blockade. So now you see when he uses words brutal and things like that. Good night, Kitty and Chad. Night, Zax. Okay. Why do you think? So he starts this why do you, and he eventually comes back to it. He actually has a question of why, but he only gets back to it later on. First he gets to he can't leave this brutal blockade word. He has to disagree with it first. So we have to contend with it. We don't get this question yet. We have to go first. Let's make sure we deal with him calling it a brutal blockade.
Why do you think? Why do you? I don't agree blockade was brutal by any means.
By any means, he says. So I don't agree the blockade was brutal by any means. Here is where I'm like, if they were not so contentious, if they were not so at each other's throats, I would have more questions and I would learn more. But actually, right now, it's just them picking certain facts and saying, this is what the fact is, and this is what the fact is. So all this makes me want to do is throw up my hands and say, I don't fucking know. I don't know. And or like, I don't feel one way or the other. I want more information. I want more veracity brought instead of just. And I guess that's what he's upset about. He doesn't like, and I say Douglas, he doesn't like that people are being exposed to this sort of doubt. They should just not question and they should just know. But I want to know. I want to know how I'm supposed to get to the opinion that you have. That's all.
You don't think the blockade of Gaza was brutal?
I mean, how brutal do you think the Egyptians are?
Pretty brutal. Yeah.
So we got on this whole tangent because he could not let this brutal blockade. This actually would have been more fruitful, but he can't leave it behind. Okay. He did the little aside, like I said, he does an aside, and then we go and run down that avenue, and then maybe we get back to what his original point was. Okay. Pretty brutal, yeah. See, look how we're getting more into this snap, question, answer. We're away from the speeches now because you're supposed to just say a speech and then that's it. You're not supposed to be questioned. But now we've got them. They allowed stuff in, so I don't know if he was trying to say they laid down weapons or something, but
they allowed stuff in.
Okay, I mean, since
okay,
some stuff has gotten in. Yes, that's true.
Since more than some stuff.
Okay.
More than some.
Okay, more than some stuff. See, this is what we're at here. This is the substance that I have to put into this diagram. More than some stuff. Okay. We get that. We just get him saying, yeah, some stuff came through. I'm not getting quotes, nothing. I'm just getting them saying yes and no and yes and no.
Okay, I'll say this, right? Because there's been different levels of blockade even before 2007, going back.
Okay, so now he's the one that starts to elaborate on the point. There's been different levels of blockade even before 2007, going back to 1996. They had a pretty strong blockade that year.
I know in 1996, they had like a pretty strong blockade that year. According to the World Bank, it contracted 40% of the GDP of Gaza. So just for reference, the Great Depression was a 30% contraction. This was in 1996. For 1 year, they gave them something worse than our Great Depression. That was just 1 year. From 2007 on, there's been a blockade of that country. You don't think?
So he gives us this 1996 figure and then applies it to this 2007. So we could have issues with that, the jumping from 1996 to 2007. You're saying if it was this severe in 1996, it's probably still severe in 2007. We can argue about that, but we don't really talk about that. You don't think that's kept the country poor? Is kind of where he's trying to get to. This is now talking about Israel's influence, what Israel has done to that state that has made them stockpile rockets and things like that. This is the culpability of Israel because they had the blockade.
That's kept the country poor.
Why do you think there's a blockade of any kind?
Why is there a blockade? Well, I mean, the argument from Israel would be.
No, why do you think?
So yeah, he wants to go into the Israel discussion, but I actually do like that that Douglas makes him say, no. Tell me what you think. Don't bring the argument that you think I'm going to bring. You tell me what you think, and we can discuss it. That's what I want from this conversation. But because it's so contentious at this point, we don't really get it. But this is like the remnants of what we could have gotten, like the seeds. If we got a better conversation, we could maybe talk about why do you think this? Why do you think this? That sort of question, asking questions of the question askers is quite a good way to figure it out. But enjoy sticks. Dave. And rather go state what he thinks Douglas will bring to him as a counter argument. Like, we don't need to go roundabout. Just answer the question that you were asked. Why is there a blockade? Well, I mean, the argument from Israel would be, so I'll just put that here. No, why do you think? Let's actually, maybe I should put this here. Okay. I think the disengagement, so he called it, I think the disengagement, he continues calling it that.
I would say, okay, I think that the disengagement, I think Smotrich was correct when he said that, I'm sorry, my mistake there. I think which another quote that I'm sure you're familiar with, but Dov Weissklav, who was the senior advisor to.
No, he's citing, okay, this is what he's supposed to do.
Sharon was the prime minister at the time. He essentially said the reason we're doing the disengagement, the reason we're doing this is so that we can put the peace process in formaldehyde.
Okay, so he's saying we could put the reason that we do the blockade is because we put the peace process in formaldehyde. Okay, so this is the stuff that he agrees with. This is what he is believing in. Okay.
This is the reason we're
not answering my question.
You're not answering my question. You're continuing to cite right-wing Israeli politicians.
Yes, I'm getting
right-wing Israeli politicians.
This is not. This doesn't help us. Not helping us. Not helping, because Sonny, baby, when we go back over here, when you got to do your whole speech, right? It was a great speech. You didn't get interrupted. When you want to make a point, you get to tell us about an anecdote that was over here and this conversation and over there and and then you get to make your point. You eventually make it, but nobody interrupts you while you do that. Here, he's trying to explain to you where his opinion originates from, and you just decide you're not answering my question. That you're not answering my question is a good line to bring out when people really aren't answering the question. But let him finish his response before you say you're not answering my question. He's not finished yet.
But this is the reason we're
not answering my question.
Yes,
See, like he's not done. So you're not answering my question. You know why he's not answering your question? Because he's not fucking done. Okay.
I'm getting
right-wing Israeli politicians, but what?
And also, there's his aside. You see his little snarky thing on the side. Oh, you're just quoting right-wing Israeli politicians. So he gets to just give a bit of a jab, gives a jab against Dave's sources, and doesn't let him finish. So this is the thing with formal debate. You don't get these problems. Obviously, you're not supposed to, at least.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm saying, so I think they disengaged in order to kill the peace.
So he's now explaining it. I'm getting there. And you have to have so much patience. He's using evidence to answer the question, yes.
Process. I think they put the full blockade around the country for the reason that they've always kind of done it there. That, yeah, they don't want too much stuff getting in. They want to keep.
Okay, this is what you needed to do. You needed to say that's what he wanted to understand from the beginning. There we go. Come on. Oh. The zoom on Xmind, boys, it pisses me off. Where is it? Where were we? Senior advisor to yeah. Okay.
Keep them, as they put it, on a diet, and they don't want rockets to fly into Israel.
The second one is a kind of important one, isn't it? The final.
Yeah, it is.
If the Palestinian leadership in Gaza.
So this is now he's repeating what happens here. He repeats his speech, basically. Second one is kind of important. Gets to say it. Okay. So what is he trying to? They disengaged his reasoning when he answers the question. So he's answering this question. Answers. Okay. Oopsie. Okay, so they disengaged in order to kill the peace process. Okay, I think they put the full blockade around the country for the reason that they've always kind of done it. They don't want too much stuff getting in. They want to keep them, as they put it, on a diet, and they don't want rockets to fly into Israel. So that's the spot. That also, I noticed that before I got to Murray's point, I was like, oh, he's definitely going to talk about this. They don't want rockets to fly into Israel. So that's why they want to keep the blockade, because they are scared of, I suppose, Palestine, Hamas, whatever you want, whatever we want to call them at this point. The second one is kind of important one, isn't it? It's the final one you said. Yeah, it is. Okay, so he does tell us about that. That's I kind of understood that that's what he was going to do. Speak about this last one, that they did it because they needed to. It was for safety. Okay, it wasn't a bad thing. It was justified.
After 2005, had not from the get-go decided to use Gaza as a stockpiling place for rockets to fire into Israel.
Okay.
All of it would be different.
So here's just more. I think I should just say, like, blame to Hamas. The what ifs. What if that demonstrates isn't the only one to blame. Okay, so it's like, well, they did this. This is the argument that it's coming to for me in my mind. Is just, well, they did this, then they did this, then they did this. It frustrates me no end. I'm just like, I want it to stop. I'm sorry, I just want it to stop.
If they had just resisted the temptation that so many of us do in our lives to stop keeping RPGs in our cellars and then Katyusha rockets in our children's bedrooms, all of it could have been different. If that desire to live in peace beside your neighbors had superseded the desire to stockpile rockets, it would all be different.
Yeah. Or
then I also saw this coming. What Dave says here, because this is the opinion of people that criticize Israel, is they're going to say, well, then Israel shouldn't have started it. This is the discussion we get into. Who should have, who did it, who didn't, who started it, who did the worst thing first. Who could have stopped it? Who could have prevented it? We could have guys, if you're gonna, okay, guys, looks like there's quite a lot going on here in chat. If you're not getting through to your opponent, whatever, and you've said all you need to say, there's no need to continue engaging with them. That's all I'll say for now. Don't worry. And unless I have to now get involved, there's no other mods around, it seems like. Who could have stopped it? Who could have Arabs started it when they invented Islam. Okay. Okay. Who could have changed, prevented it? So yeah, okay. Who started it? Oh no. So now that means if you're gonna do that, then you have to annihilate everybody because of who started it. We just have to annihilate everyone. We find the person that started it and annihilate them, as opposed to, oh fuck, this is a horrible conflict. We need to save as many people as possible. Let's try and figure out a solution that doesn't kill this many people.
if Israel just had
they'll do a mod. I trust him.
occupied them for 60 years, it would all be different too.
They
I mean, why is it the onus?
It's true. He would be a good mod. because he's not sensitive. So like he wouldn't go and like ban someone unless it was really bad. Like he's got so much. Maybe dildo get this. Should it be wrench wars? Shall dildo get a what's the name? A wrench? Nico's there. Depends on how far one wants to go. If people go back to the OG jihad days, then clearly Jews were indigenous to the region. You see, you have to go all the way back and figure out who was there first and that sort of stuff. And it's cool. That's that doesn't actually, it doesn't land with people because they are literally in the place there. Like at that time, they are living in the area. So your historical claim doesn't make sense to them. It's not going to move them. I guess the San people had the same sort of thing in Africa. You have to go to pre-Bible days to figure it out. No, then you have to go to prehistoric days and figure it out. We have to do 23andMe, and everybody has to be put back where they were. And so you have to kind of find that's the thing. You have to kind of try and find, how do we deal with it nowadays with our current situation, with the current population, all of it. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. That when there's these deep conflicts,
always on them.
Well, you believe in self-determination, I'm sure. This
is also just an interesting. Why does he go here? Okay, so look, we've got Israel. This is true. He can. This is something they can interact with. We can talk about this. Okay, as much as I said, okay, it's kind of useless because we have to come back to the present and figure it out, because going back, it's not going to make anyone happy. Nobody is going to, it actually is kind of like, neither of you get it. Stop. Figure it out and be friends. Okay? That's kind of the simplistic way to go about it. But here he is just genuinely saying, whoa, hold on. People have blame. And I suppose people that are in Palestine, this is what they would be thinking. Okay, so we are allowed to think about what they're thinking. We're allowed to see which way they're coming from. And I'm not talking about just Hamas, I'm talking about people that live in Palestine. Okay? Or the Palestinians, the people that are supposed to have this state. Okay? Or half of it. So he's going, why is the onus all on him? Then what he goes on to here is, do you believe in self-determination? Like, why is the onus always on them? Why is the onus why can't we blame both sides? Like, also, why can't we blame both sides? Like, it seems like when there is a conflict, it's so complex that it continues no matter what, from both, because of actions from both sides. There's not just always one aggressor. Well, you believe in self-determination, I'm sure. So this is how he explains it. And then debate brain. I think this is a sign of debate brain over here. Because he kind of has to question, when he says you believe in self-determination, he kind of wants, it seems like he wants to, initial instinct was to disagree. Like he goes, eh.
Yes.
I believe in individual rights, yeah.
So look.
Well, you believe in self-determination, I'm sure. Yes.
I believe in individual rights, yeah, sure.
Okay, individual rights.
I suppose he was trying to also just keep away from, he's sensing a trap. Okay. Have they ended the war yet? No, they haven't. Sorry, Doldo. I haven't found the solution yet. Sorry. But I'm an expert. I'll be able to do it. Don't you worry. That's what you're here for.
And that includes the right to make bad decisions. Yes.
Okay. So that, I thought when he was talking about bad decisions, I'm like, okay, is he gonna maybe admit that there's been some bad decisions by Israel? Is he going to do that? What? And no, you just sure? Then you go, then he just basically restates from his speech.
The Palestinians in Gaza, when they voted in Hamas, made a very bad decision.
Yeah, of course,
And
Douglas.
in the
but
years,
but-
hang on.
Yes.
Yes, of course, Douglas. And that the thing is that they are. He has shown. Yes, I am not pro Hamas. He himself called them a death cult. Okay, cool. But now you see, there's the overlap, right? Yeah, of course. But no. Hang on. Look who gets to tell us where the conversation goes again, and it just the optics of it doesn't help.
Hang on. And in the years after that, they made bad decision after bad decision. It was a very bad decision to continually fire thousands of rockets into Israel. It was a very bad decision to use what boats came in early on and to use the smuggling networks from Egypt.
You know what I found quite interesting here when he says the smuggling networks from Egypt, and it's just because I'm trying to follow both sides of the argument. I'm going, are you saying that okay, they didn't use the smuggling things to get good nation building supplies, but then it's like they had to use smuggling. They literally had to smuggle in supplies in any case. So obviously he would probably what do you call it, clarify what the blockade does and what it lets in and what it doesn't let in. That's probably how you would clarify it. But the way it sounds to me, without that clarification, is they had the blockade. The blockade is a problem. The blockade is something that gives them a reason to fight. Smuggle in weapons. Yes, I know they smuggled in weapons, but he said, why didn't they use smuggling networks from Egypt to bring in supplies that you could put some like, but you needed to smuggle them in, though. That's the problem that people are sitting with, is that they needed to smuggle anything in because there was a blockade. But then I'm just like, oh, so what are we supposed to just trust? This is from Israel's point, that Israel would be, oh, what am I supposed to just trust that they're not going to just arm themselves up to the teeth? Egyptian blockade prevents Palestinians from leaving. She's referring to Israeli blockade. But he's talking about smuggling networks from Egypt, not to bring in supplies that you could actually build a thriving society with, but to bring. What he is saying here, whether I don't know anything about blockades, okay, but what he is saying is that they used, from the statement that I'm reading here, it was a very bad decision to use what boats came in early on and to use the smuggling networks from Egypt, not to bring in supplies that you could actually build a thriving society with. So that's a way in which they smuggled through the Egyptian blockade. But to bring in rockets, it was a very bad idea. So they used that to bring in rockets. That's the problem. Okay. But now with the Dave side, there's a blockade. That's the problem. Then he goes, no, there was not starvation in Gaza after 2005. So it's just categorical no, because this is in response to keep them on a diet. Keep them on a diet. So it's in response to. Okay, even though he didn't say the word starvation. Semantics. Hey, Shipper. Hey, Sparkles. There was no deficit of food, so he's saying there's no deficit of goods coming in. And here we get to the I've been plenty of times. We're getting there.
Not to bring in supplies that you could actually build a thriving society with, but to bring in rockets. It was
okay. So it's a bad idea. This is also also replay. If I go here and we put it, it's just a more passionate delivery of his previous response, that it's like, this is all at Hamas's feet because they didn't develop their nation. Come on, let me zoom in. Jesus. Here. Negotiate their moment. No. That's what they did with 18. Yeah. Basically going back to this argument there that they didn't build, they didn't do, they carried on. They carried on the conflict when they should have just backed down. Okay. Shipper, oh my goodness. Shipper gifted 20 memberships. My goodness, there's good. Yeah, I'm going to lose 20 subscribers now. Because people are going to be like, who the fuck's this chick? I'm kidding. Thank you so much, Shipper. Chat Grey of as fuck. 1 sec. Oh, I wonder if it's actually going to make members of people in chat. I honestly don't think the way that memberships are working is going very well. Because yeah, people that are in chat hardly ever get memberships gifted to them. It's all randoms. And some people that are like, haven't watched me in a long time. So I don't know, it's broken. I don't know. Either way, thanks, Shippy. Shipper promoting terrorism with his money. Bad Shipper. Yeah, this is psycho terrorism, me just sitting here and talking. So
It's a very bad idea.
oh yes, membership only posts and things are coming weekly. So yeah, I guess even the new members might even find themselves not minding. He's the ship. He's helping with paying for my kittens. Yeah, exactly. That's what he's doing. He's supporting us. Okay. Douglas took. Okay. Well, Fishmonger. We'll get to that when he actually does say it. So here we are. We're at the point. Basically, there are plenty. So he says the word plenty several times, and then he talks about where he's gone. There was no deficit, no goods were kept out. We could talk about the blockade. Tell me about the blockade. I'm ignorant of the blockade. Tell me. We could talk about the blockade and how it works. But instead, Douglas goes. So we don't talk about that. Douglas goes, this is why I've got this down here. It doesn't follow on. We don't go there. It goes here, down. And we've got the flyover because no, he's decided this is not what we're talking about. Oopsie, that's black. This is what we're supposed to do. Okay. There are plenty. Have you been to the crossing points?
No, there was not starvation in Gaza after 2005. No, there was no deficit of goods coming in. I've been plenty of times.
There was no deficit?
No.
Been plenty of times. Okay. There was no deficit. We see how they are properly against each other, but then he's like, okay.
No, there are
No
plenty
goods were kept out.
There are plenty. How many? Have you been to the crossing points?
No.
So he goes, have you been to the crossing points? No. But then he goes, when were you there last at all? So I think he knows that bro has never been to Israel or never been to Gaza, never been anywhere. Okay. I think he knows that. But he does this as a little bit of a performative. Like, when were you last there at all? So you haven't been to the crossing points. Okay. So you haven't been to Gaza. Cool. But he's doing this, this charitable thing of, oh my goodness. No, of course you've been there though, right? Just to make this more impactful when he says no. This is honestly, I was pre-diagramming this, and I actually, because usually with the pre-diagramming, I'm pretty silent. I just go along and I just copy paste and do the thing. I was going, oh, like Gordon was like, what's wrong? I'm like, because I can understand why this didn't go down well with people.
When were you last there at all?
I've never been.
You've never been?
He's never been. I've never been. You've never been. See how we've gone from our speeches to this back and forth of, it's kind of like how you would argue in primary school. No, you. Okay, I've never been. You've never been. Okay. Am I not allowed to talk about it? Because now he knows where Dave's gonna go with this, right?
because you've never been. It's like you've never seen the Lord of the Rings. This is the kind of thing, okay, that we're getting. He knows exactly where this is going. Okay.
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now?
Like that's why he's smiling. That's why he's like, "What am I not allowed? Look, is this what you're gonna do? Is this where you're going with this?"
Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you allowed to have?
So wait, what actually happens?
Well,
Does he keep quiet here? Is this the clip that went around, guys?
Not allowed to talk about it now? Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you? Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now? Have you ever?
He's just so shocked that he's never been. I've not traveled in time to Hiroshima, but I know that the nukes were dropped out there, and all I had to say was read about it. Oh my goodness, Nico, don't. You absolute heretic. Don't come here with that. You're misinformation.
You ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you allowed to have feelings?
I thought that was it was a pretty good jab. I'll just put your optical win. I'm sorry, optical win, Dave. Or it's a win. It's just a win. Win, Dave. Now, obviously, Douglas thinks this is not a win at all. He is actually winning. He thinks he's gotten himself a win because it's like, look at this guy. He doesn't even do his own research. Look at him. But within the context of this conversation, you are also, if you criticize Dave, you're criticizing people like Dave. You're criticizing people who listen to Dave. So yes, Dave himself could probably go to Gaza. Cool. He could go and investigate and go and on the ground journalism. He could do that. But other people like us who can't do that will still have an opinion. So we will probably be on the side of, I don't need to go and touch the ground in order to have an opinion. So it is a win, Dave, yeah, because this argument you're having about expertise, you're alienating the people that are listening, and it's not working out. Because go back to the idea of how do we form opinions on anything. We do defer to experts. I understand that, we do, but what he is trying to say is you have to defer to experience instead of actually. It's just impractical. His standard of truth, his standard of discussion, of opinion, of everything is not practical. That's not how humans work. It's not how the world works. That's not how we talk. That's not how we form ideas. Unfortunately, that standard is just unattainable. So that's why it's so laughable. That's why he laughs when he goes,
Feelings about them?
"Oh, okay, I can't talk. Sorry, guys, can't talk about Nazi Germany. Was never there. Sorry, guys, can't believe in Jesus. Wasn't there."
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now? Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you allowed to have feelings about them?
You can't time travel, but you
You can't time travel, but you can travel. So he's saying, no. Because you can travel, you must. Okay, you must have gone there. Okay.
Right.
but you can travel.
Okay, but so what? So what's the point? Like,
No,
okay,
I find that
lots
very...
of people.
So what's the point? He's like, make your point. He pushes him down to and these responses are just getting shorter and shorter and snappier and snappier. You can't travel, but you can travel. You're still not making your point. He has to ask you to make your point. Your performative exasperation of, yeah, we want to know what are you going to do with it. I find that then this is quite an interesting, this is why, this for me is why it's not an argument that you can go about, because there's lots of people that have been there and agree with me, and lots of people that have been there and agree with you. So that's not the hill we're going to die on, is basically what he's saying. That this is not, if we're going to talk about people that have been there and whether we believe them or not, then I can come to you and say, this person who I agree with has been there.
People have been there and agree with me, and lots of people have been there and agree with you.
Belly. What's up, Nos?
But
So
if
I don't
you're
know
going to
what the-
spend a year and a half talking about a place,
So he decides.
you should leave.
People have been there and agree with me, and lots of people have been there and agree with you.
Yeah, but
So
if
I don't
you're
know what
gonna
the.
So yeah, exactly. Sorry, I do need to put this for the. I'm going to read my call outs basically when I try and summarize. So
Lots of people have been there, agree with you. We can't always form opinions based on experience. Okay, we do differ. Douglas' POV is incorrect. Douglas believes that Dave's shtick is anti-Israel, but no, Dave is anti-US interventions. Dave doesn't have to leave the US to say the US shouldn't leave the US. Yeah, I think that actually that's quite a. The thing is that Douglas sees his that position. He puts him into the bucket of anti-Israel. He does. But from Douglas's point of view, that's exactly it. He's dangerous. He caters to the people that are truly anti-Israel, that truly do hate Jewish people, all of that.
Spend a year and a half talking about a place. You should at least do the courtesy of visiting it.
Okay, so should at least do this. I love Dave's response here. It's actually like, and now what? It's basically it's like, listen to this.
All right.
Yeah, but if you're going to spend a year and a half talking about a place, you should at least do the courtesy of visiting it.
All right.
Like, okay, fine. I'm not going to fight you on this point because it's actually not going to. I don't see it as a threat to my argument. I'm not going to spend time doing this. I'm it's a non-argument to such an extent that I'm not even engaging with you. That's it. He said, just fine, dismissive. And you know what? Yeah, I guess we could be like, oh, Dave's dismissive as well. But yeah, how many times has Douglas been dismissive? This is not worth pursuing for Dave. Like, it's just not convincing his opponent of this, of the way he thinks, is not going to win him the argument. But now what Douglas wants to do is try and convince him to this expertise argument, basically. So he goes, you don't think?
I just think this is a non-argument.
You don't think?
Okay. No, I think it's a non-argument.
But if you want
he sticks with it, like, fuck you. He might as well just say, fuck you. I don't.
Well, you have to go and touch the ground.
No, I think you have to see. I think it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly.
I think it's a good idea to look. That is absolutely fine. That is a good point, right? Yeah, I think it's a good idea to see stuff. True. And without people that did see stuff, we wouldn't have any reporting on this. So absolutely, Douglas. But does he himself have to be the one that goes down there? That's not because he's very comfortable with not being that guy.
If you spend a career talking about something, yeah.
Okay, so this.
I think you have to see. I think it's a.
I love what.
I think it's a non-argument.
What Joe does here is like, so what, you gotta go and touch the ground in order to talk about it?
If you want to,
Well, you have to go and touch the ground.
No, I think you have to see. I think
You have to go and touch the ground in order to talk about it. Like, is that what his argument is? Or are they taking it to absurdity to make it seem, to show him how absurd he's being? Is that what his argument is? His argument apparently is, no, I think you have to see. I think it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly if you spend a career talking about something. There's not much more that Dave can say than yes, okay. Like he's quibbled with this and criticized him for not going and not being there. Yes, it is a criticism, I suppose. But as Dave is saying, it's a non-issue.
it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly if you spend a career talking about something.
Guys, if you spend a career talking about something, you have to see it. True. Okay. But he talks about absolutely everything, and as has been said in chat, he's very much looking at it from an American point of view. And also, I suppose then we can get into a discussion about journalistic rules, journalistic integrity. But what standards do we put podcasters to? Because you are of the old guard. You go and travel because you get paid to travel. You get paid to go and do these things and go on trips, and you are shown things, right? You do that. Whereas he would have to go on his own steam. And who knows? So there's difference. Oh, that's a good point there. If you have special knowledge by being there, use that special knowledge in the conversation, please. Should be easy, right? You know what, Justin? That he wastes that opportunity. The fact that he's been there, he could focus on the fact that he's been there and what he knows, but instead, see, he starts it. Yeah, Have you been to the crossing points? Why doesn't he just tell us what he's seen? What he's seen. Why go after Dave's experience? Rather use your experience, right? Use your knowledge that he doesn't have to convince him and explain to him, well, I've been here and this is what I've seen. Because he doesn't really, he can then quote his friend and say, well, my friend did that. Then we actually come here. We come to the point of a lot of people have been there and agree, and a lot of people have been there and agree with you and disagree. So like we would get to this point eventually, but he would also get the opportunity to give us more information. Like we would still get there. But I would have really enjoyed more information about what is his problem with the points. Tell me, what am I supposed to learn from it? But it's a non-argument. It's non-argument. And we have to have this whole argument because he's not talking about his experience. Okay. Then we've got this gem that came out where he's got a journalistic rule of trying never to talk about a country, even in passing, unless I've at least been there. So now someone went and got a whole list, a little supercut of Douglas Murray talking about all the places, all countries, just as a way of saying this is all the places he's been.
Yes. I have a journalistic rule of trying never to talk about a country even in passing unless I've at least been there.
Okay, and also if you've at least been there, can you go to North Korea and see what they want you to see in North Korea? How is that going to change your opinion? Is it not going to? What are you going to do? So I'm not saying that that traveling is a bad idea and you wouldn't get extra experience. Absolutely not. But I'm not saying that this now makes his whole argument trump Dave's and all of the things that Dave has based his opinion on. This is a silly place to go, but apparently we go for quite a while. Okay, so this is as far as we've actually been.
Okay.
It's
But that's
sort of
not-
normal.
That's it. Okay, let me get my we're about halfway through. And we've done 25 minutes. I don't know. But that was pre-diagrammed. Now I'm gonna have to. We've caught up, guys. We've caught up. He did get the IDF equivalent. Oh yes. China is crazy like that too. I had a guide from the government, and the guide's boss comes and asks what the guide showed you. You would need third parties to monitor, but third parties then get captured as well. It's almost like knowledge is fallible and very difficult to attain. Okay, but that's not okay. Let's get my transcript out because we caught up. I think that's kind of a good thing because then it means we can do more. I suppose we do more than we thought we could.
2 hours, and we got like through 15 minutes. I think it's pretty good. Okay. China's rules, though, too. China's cool. China is very cool. China is cool. Love China. Oh, I'm gonna go back to where I was. Thank you. Do more, do more. We're gonna go. We are doing more, right? I don't think it helped. Cool it with your anti-American remarks. Okay, it didn't pick up that I was standing. My watch didn't pick up I was standing. Let's have a sip of water. Right, so transcript is up. Needed to go over here. Come here. Oh, okay. Have to wrangle some windows here. Just hold on. There you go, and there you go. Right, now chat, I can see even less chat than before. Rex plus 20 social credit score. If you guys watch on Twitch, you can get kitty points and things like that. Okay. So here we go. Okay, but that's not.
It's a normal about a country, even in passing, unless I've at least been there.
Okay. Okay, if I've at least been there. Touch the ground. Been to crossing points. I'm just trying to find my space in the transcript, my transcript document. I think it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly if you spend a career talking about something. Yes, I have a journalistic rule of trying, of never to talk about a country, even in passing, unless I've at least been there. Okay, it's sort of normal. This is his standard, right? Okay, it's a normal thing to do. You're talking about. Okay.
Okay.
It's sort of normal. It's a normal thing to do. You're talking about. Hang on. You're talking about crossing points. And not only have you never been to a crossing point in either Egypt or in Israel, but you've never even been to the region.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about crossing points, but you've never even been to one. Okay, so we're just going to have this argument all over again, right? We're going to go all the way through, but just with crossing points as our measurement of our step. Okay? Only, hang on, you're talking about... No, don't worry. We're going here. Okay, but that's not. No. We're still going. I'm not going to do the hang-ons. Talking about crossing points, and not only have you never been to a crossing point in Egypt or Palestine or Israel, but you've never even been to the region. Okay. So now we're going to have the same conversation, are we not? Okay. Because now you're saying, oh, I think it's a good idea. This is apparently what your argument is. But over here, this is criticism and saying you're not allowed. It makes it sound like his argument is indeed that they can't talk about because they've never been. And that contradicts this. Or contradicts, it doesn't sit with it. It doesn't sit well. Okay. Oh, the region.
Okay. Again, I think this is a non-argument.
Again, this is non-argument. So yeah, we're on the same argument. So he's trying again. I think this is a non-argument. Right? This is now the third time he's had to say this. And then he's going to say, how can you say it's a non-argument? So he makes an argument. Clearly,
this point, fighting this point to Douglas is a good thing. It's an important thing.
I don't
no,
understand.
it's not a
Yeah,
non-argument.
it is.
It's not a non-argument. Sorry, I zoomed out now. I thought I diagrammed this. I think it was because I was just at it and then I had to start stream. Okay. Again, I think this is a non-argument. Now we're back to the slow pace. Sorry, everybody. Or the slower pace. Yes, I definitely had this point. Is it gone? I guess it was gone. There it is. It's all by itself. Here it is. It's sort of normal. Yeah. It was all flying there. Okay, I guess I found it. Okay, good. It's sort of a normal thing. So there was a whole bunch of transcribing and stuff that I'd actually done. Cool. Okay, I think it's not. No, it's not a non-argument. Look at this back and forth. So I'll put here. He thinks this is Douglas just has decided it strengthens in his mind. That's what he thinks it does. Okay, yeah, it is. Guys, we are on no you. We're in no you territory. We could have had a better conversation, but no, we're busy here with the no you. Yeah, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What are we? Okay, so let's see.
It's not a non-argument if you're insisting that you're an expert of some kind.
Oh, he realized, wait a second. Bro's not insisting he's an expert of some kind. He noticed that when he was saying it.
Or not claiming you're an expert, but still talking about it.
So still talking about it. So there we go. We got that. You're still saying this. You're saying, it sounds like you're saying he's not allowed to talk. And we're back to this. We've had this discussion several times in this debate that he's not allowed to have an opinion. But at the same time, he is. At the same time, you're not saying that. Okay?
About the provisions going into Gaza or not, if you've never seen any of this going on.
So you're not
That's
allowed to
amazing
speak
to
about
me.
things that you've read about. You can only.
Yeah, that is, sorry, this is not him being reductive. I don't think that that's him being reductive. Like, what you're not bringing us to the point here. You're not saying, oh, it's better or something like that. This is what you said you're saying. Oh no, it's a good idea to see things. That's what you're supposedly espousing. But then you go on to say things like this. Okay? And it is saying, like, I know that that there is a, so you're saying, it's the Kathy, what's it, the Newman way of going about things. So you're saying this, so you're saying this. It's like, fine, maybe to make it less contentious, we could say, are you saying you're not allowed to speak about things you've read about? But because they're in such a contentious state, because they're arguing now, they're not debating or what, they're arguing, they're claws are out, okay? He's not going to say, so, like, he's not going to say, what do you mean, Douglas? He's not going to be nice. No, he says you're not allowed to speak about things that you read about. You can only speak about things that you've seen with your own eyes. That instead of maybe we could ask here if it wasn't contentious in such a contentious contentious state, we could converse about what Douglas's standards are, what he means. Instead, We don't get it. Again, we don't get it. So you're not allowed to speak things that you've read about. What do we get? You can talk about what? Okay, you can. So what are we supposed to do?
Speak about things that you've seen with your own eyes.
You can talk about what you want, as you're proving.
As you're proving, which he has to be a little bit of a bitch as well. Just has to be a bit of a bitch as you're proving. Look. Remember, I've got my aside. That yes, as you're proving, you can talk about anything. Yes, and it's something you have to deal with as part of the old guard. You have to deal with it.
But that is a different matter from spending an awfully long amount of time talking about an issue in a region you haven't even had the courtesy to visit.
Okay, so developing these views, you can talk about what you want as you're proving, but this is a different matter from spending an awfully long amount of time talking about an issue in a region you haven't had the courtesy to visit, whilst developing all of these views about it. Okay, so you have to visit to develop, and also it seems like here the distinction you're making, sir, is the amount of time. Okay, so we can talk about it. It seems like the amount of time spent on a subject seems to determine whether you're allowed to talk about it without first-hand experience. Like, I would have loved to just ask him, say, okay, so you're telling me you spend a long time. Okay, cool. So how much time, Douglas, can I reasonably speak about something without having had because he goes all the way to the end of the spectrum. So you're not allowed to speak about things you've read about. So that's the end. But then he's like, no, this he brings in a little bit of time and stuff. Fine, let's be good faith. Let's try and find the golden equilibrium thing ratio of amount of time spoken about something versus read about something. Maybe we can figure that out so that you can tell us a realistic standard, seeing as you decided we had to fight about this standard, right? Let's do it. But no, he just gets, okay, now he's going, okay, cool. This, we get a little bit of another hint of a conversation we could have had, where if they were not at each other's throats, we could figure out where Dave got his ideas from and where Douglas gets his ideas from. What his facts are versus what what Dave's facts are. Let's hear that. But instead, we've got
whilst developing all of these views.
Yes, I love this, Justin. He should really demonstrate where Dave is lacking knowledge, rather than spending so much time saying you lack knowledge. Absolutely, this is it. Let's put that here. Justin Crumley. Dave is, it's really well worded. Dave is lacking rather than spending so much time saying you lack knowledge. Like that just makes it so much easier to turn down anything he says, and make him, and just not want to listen to him. It turns you off. I guess we can get into, again, I've said it so many times that, yeah, okay, is it his duty to be palatable? I don't know. But he could get, we're just saying what actually has occurred.
Views about it. I mean, now I slightly get an idea of where you're coming from.
Now I slightly get an idea of where you're coming from. Maybe you could have found that out if we weren't in this contentious position as well. Now I know where you're coming from, which is really good. Because he says, oh, okay, so this is what you believe. Let's talk about what Dave believes, and then talk about what you believe. Let's see where the disagreement comes from.
You've read about this blockade, and so you imagine that that's what it is. I imagine you've read all the people who say that Gaza was a concentration camp.
Yes.
And you probably think that too. Am I right?
I mean, again,
Like, yeah, this is actually part of the conversation. Again, it's weird. It's like this alternative universe we can kind of look through and be like, we could have had that. We could have had this kind of conversation without the anger. But no, we can't. Again, literally a concentration camp. It shares a lot of similarities. So, like, it would have been so much better if we could just see the the difference between their levels of knowledge or their competing facts. That would be interesting for me.
Literally a concentration camp.
I mean, I'd probably throw my hands up eventually and say, I don't know.
Shares a lot of similarities, I would think.
Wow.
Okay, so it shares a lot of similarities, I would think. So he has figured out what's happened, but instead, what do you say? Wow. I refer back to Justin's point. This is not helpful. Okay? You're just, yeah, no, not helpful. Not helpful. And yeah, he may have cleared these things up in responses and things like that because he was so angry at this point. It happens to people.
Well, as I say, you can't time travel back to the Nazi era.
Okay. As I say, you can't time travel back to the Nazi era, but you can travel to the Middle East and actually visit the world. It's not hard to do. So you've just remade your argument after all of that. We just remake the argument. Okay, just cool. And we know what Dave's response to that is.
But you could go to the Middle East and actually visit it.
Okay,
It's not hard.
It's not hard to do. Okay, let's go back to the blockade. Yeah, I suppose let's try and go back to that so we can talk about facts or reports. Okay, then we've got the repeats of the World Bank here. Okay,
World Bank said in 1996 for the 1 year of the blockade.
So he's repeating the World Bank. This is the previous point he made because, yeah, we had to go on this tangent, I suppose. Deficit, no, this, we're still on the blockade. Individual rights. Where is this? Over here, should be this one. No, where does he do the World Bank? Yeah. Come on. There we go. Okay, there's the World Bank. So he's just repeating what he said over here. So we did look at this loop. Okay, this whole fracking loop that we had to do. This is why I do like the visual, because yes, we could just go through a transcript, speaker 1, speaker 2, blah blah. But look at this. Okay, we had to go from here. We had to go and have this whole conversation in order for us to come all the way back here, so that we could do this. Like, so these are the circles that people to speak about when they say, "Oh, they spoke in circles." Like, yeah, we do this, and then we have a fight over here, and then we come back here, so we can go back to this point, and debate that one, because we don't agree on the point we're disagreeing on. We don't even agree what we're disagreeing on. Fucking fun times. Okay. The left tainted the words concentration camp. It got a visceral negative connotation and it applied to events where it isn't the case, mainly to emotionally manipulate, yet Dave's using it. Yeah, that is true. He should be against that. Same thing with Nazi and all of that, but he still thinks that those things are the measurement of cruelty. He doesn't think, he didn't seem to notice that the word Nazi is diluted. He doesn't seem to notice that. Don't they use open air prison more? Yeah, that's open air prison has come to my ears a lot more with regard to that. The concentration camp stuff is more spoken about in with regard to the immigrants. Anyway, guys, brush up on your propaganda. Make sure that you know all the right terms that you're supposed to call things in order to elicit the right emotion, and get your credit score up. Okay, otherwise people will give you an opinion that you didn't have.
So quoting the World Bank, I love it.
It doesn't mean
Like, also this. What the fuck, dude? No, libertarians are quoting the World Bank. I love it. This, I think, it's also just part of his bad mood. Bad mood at this point. To debate brained. He's trying to get a win everywhere, like on anything. As opposed to breathing and thinking. Of course, I'm judging his ability to keep calm because I expect it to be better than my own. I'm an expert at knowing how absolutely bad my patience is. Did Dave use the term concentration camp, or did Douglas bring it up? Douglas brought it up. So look, Douglas brought it up by saying you probably read about, you've read all the people who say that Gaza was a concentration camp. So he brought it up. And you probably think that too, am I right? This does happen when you're talking to, like this, I'm reminded of Jordan Peterson talking to, I don't know, Kathy, whatever her name was, where it's like, you can predict what a person's other views are because of the views they've had about something else. So you kind of think, okay, if they think this, they probably think this as well. So that's what he's doing. He's like, okay, so if you are of the opinion that the blockade is brutal, okay, then you probably have read this and this and this. So he's done quite a good job here by predicting what Dave's opinion on the state of Gaza would be, right? That's not exactly a win. It's just, okay, look, he's done something successful. Okay, again, literally a concentration camp. It shares a lot of similarities, I would think. I'm glad that Dave doesn't shy away from showing that he agreed that he is that he does fall into the predictability that Douglas is talking about, because if he went debate brained and tried to act like he doesn't think it's concentration camps, then I would be noting that. I would be like, oh, he's just trying to not fall into a trap. This is nice and honest. I think that if this is what he thinks it is, he must say so. He must stick with what he believes, even if it is after someone saying, I know what you're going to say. So he does. Again, literally a concentration camp. It shares a lot of similarities, I would think. It's kind of a shitty way that he says it. He doesn't, like, he goes, literally a concentration camp, which implies no. So I'll put a question mark, which implies no. But then he goes, it shares a lot of similarities, I would think. So it doesn't make the whole point. But then we just get a wow from David, which, yeah, it's just thanks, wow. He's just made a judgment of what this person thinks rather than arguing about it or anything like that. He just goes, oh, you can't travel back to the Nazi era. You should go and visit, basically, visit the world. And I do like that Joe's like, let's just go back to actually talking about the blockade because this is a stupid thing. Predicting a common cluster of views is still better than saying, so what you're saying is, which Dave does endlessly. Well, I understand that, so what you're saying is not a good way to go about it. But considering the context and the way the contention between the two, he is not giving an alternative. So, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I understand him using the "so you're saying" because he's pissed off, but it actually wouldn't be helpful. Would be helpful if he just said, "I don't understand what you're saying. What is your argument here?" or something like that. But eventually, you do have to try and state what you think the person's argument is. Just don't say "so you're saying." Try and rephrase it to, "Is it your argument that? Is it your contention that? Is this what you believe?" Which is, it's what it is what Douglas did. You're right, Congo. He's saying it to clarify, not to put words in his mouth. Hello, Minds Playground. To be clear, tell me if I'm wrong. Do you think insert thing clarity is fine? Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah. But then people will shy away from that because they'll sense it. They sense a trap. When they debate brain, they don't like that. So you land up going, so you're saying it's all ugly. Guys, if you can recommend a nice conversation, a nice disagreement, please do so in the Discord. A nice disagreement where we don't have to get contentious, or it's good natured. I don't know. One day we'll find one.
Mean anything? This is a non-argument. Yes, I'm.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Why don't? Oh God, sorry, I'm too far ahead. Now, so it goes. It doesn't mean anything. This is a non-argument. So that whole thing that you just did, it doesn't make sense. Cool, well done. Here,
I'm saying the World Bank did their own analysis of this, and they said that it was a 40%
your own
why don't you do your own analysis? Okay.
analysis?
Hold on. You
Jesus
got to stop
Christ.
You know what? This is quite cool that you can see how heightened the tension is, because we actually have high tension. Joe has to tell Douglas not to. No, but of course that will also make Douglas feel like he's been attacked, because Joe is on Dave's side, and he has mostly been.
Interrupting
Okay.
and let him finish
I
the
will.
sentence.
The
Fire
World
away.
Bank said that
I will, he says. Okay, cool. So are you saying that there hasn't had an economic effect? This is that, at least he's saying it as a question here, Congo. You see? So are you saying that this hasn't had an economic effect? Is that the argument? I think that's clear as you can get. It's not very polite, but at least it's not accusing. It's saying, is that it? You have to, as a person, go, okay, correct. No. Of course, it'll have an economic effect, he says. Okay, so what is your argument then? Let's go forward.
that 40% drop in the GDP of 1 year due to the blockade, and there's been a blockade from 2007 on. So are you saying that this hasn't had an economic effect? Is that the argument?
No, of course it'll have an economic effect.
So you're saying you have to be on the ground and do an audit of the blockade
No, no.
in order to be.
This is unfortunate. It's actually Joe who says this. So you're saying you have to be on the ground and do an audit of the blockade in order to be able to comment. This is obviously in response to here. Why don't you do your analysis? Rather just keep quiet, because you're actually taking the focus away. It would have been better to just let them continue. Not useful. Like, I don't think it's a useful thing. You're interrupting him now. Like, he got his point off. He asked a useful question and accusing rather than asking. In terms of raising accusing tone. That's his. I think it's because Joe. It's his main problem with. It's stuck in his head, this idea. So I think you should at least know what it is that the territory. So we're not getting anywhere. We had the same conversation. We had this. This is a repeat. Okay, we had to have that go on. We had to go, oh, this is his weird way of showing. No. I just think you should go and visit. So I just think you should visit. But what is the point of this visit? Yeah, it's this. Okay, so we have come to an end of the transcribing. I'm going to keep this here just as a little flag to show us where we were when I pre-diagrammed, but let's continue. Yeah, I think this is it. When Douglas keeps saying that things like you keep talking about this stuff, but you're not an expert, the implication is that you shouldn't talk about it. Exactly. It is an implication. If you are not describing the other part of your argument or clarifying further, then people will fill it in for you, and they filled it in. It was a circling toilet. Yes, but I want to draw those circles. I'm a debate cartographer. No, it's not really, but yes, it was a circle. Look at all the circles. I like being able to go, look, there's the circle. Exactly over there. Like you guys sense it when you watch. Duh, we all do. But I like going there. You can point to it.
Be able to
I
comment
think
on
you
it?
should at least know what it is, what the territory is, what the situation is in the region. Yes, absolutely.
And the only way
And then now, this is a good question, I think. Then the only way is you have to go there. Okay. Where are we at? Talking about an issue in a region you haven't even had the courtesy to visit. Gaza was a concentration camp, and you probably think that too. Am I mean literally? Okay. I'm trying to find a space in our transcript. Yes, here we go. So you're saying you have to be on the ground to do an order to the blockade? No, I'm not saying that. Okay. And the only way to do that is to be there in person, says Joe.
to do that is to be there in person.
I think that's the best way. It's not the only way, but it's the best way. For sure.
Okay. It's not the only way, but it's the best way. Okay.
For sure.
To do that is to be there in person. He's still clarifying. And we've got, I think that's the best way. Okay, but what do we do with this best way of, you're saying you're dismissing all of Dave's opinions then because of it. So tell us that. Tell us that that's what you're doing. The best way. It's not the only way, but it's the best way. For sure, for sure. If you've never seen the countries in question, you've never spoken to the people in question, you've never interviewed anyone, okay, so it seems like he goes into a bit of a speech here. Let's see.
Sure. If you have never seen the countries in question, you've never spoken to the people in question, you've never interviewed anyone, you've never gone around, you've never seen the terrain, and so on, and you've used Wikipedia, I'm sorry, no, that's not the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, and you've used Wikipedia. I'm sorry, no, that's not the same thing. He's very angry. I don't think anyone was saying it's equivalent, but we're talking about whether you're allowed to talk about it. You can say based on this evidence that I was given, or you can say based on this evidence that I experienced. There's the difference in the value of what you're saying when you're having the discussion. But the thing is, you're still allowed to have the discussion. You're still coming off as if you're saying they can't fucking speak about it. That's the problem, and that's why everyone landed up going against him and not wanting to hear anything he had to say without being pissed off with him. I think that's the best way. It's not the only way, but it's the best way for sure. And he's so angry as well. Jesus. Why are you angry, bro? For sure, for sure. If you have never... We've got this, yeah? Obviously, I've got him on a little bit faster, so he sounds even more angry. Douglas make a point about Wikipedia in the Churchill segment. He did. He said, first of all, I don't use Wikipedia. And it's like we're just bringing it up to have the reference in front of us. Okay. The reference, also, Wikipedia is made upon other references. But okay. If you have, and also that also is what the rest of us normal people actually have to work with. We have to work with the news that's given to us. We can't go and investigate all the time. And that's, again, that is why Douglas comes off as a snob. If you have never seen countries in the question, you've never spoken to people in question, you've never interviewed anyone, you've never gone around, you've never seen the terrain. Okay, you have to see the terrain, and so on. You've used Wikipedia. I'm sorry, it's not the same thing. Okay. Okay. Ooh, who puts this up? Hold on, let's see.
Well, I've not just used Wikipedia, but didn't you write a big piece when the war in Ukraine first came out, titled something like "I've been to Ukraine and they can win, they can repel."
Dave, you little shit. So okay, well, I've not just used Wikipedia, but here's another one. So he's saying, first of all, your Wikipedia stuff is that doesn't apply to me. That criticism doesn't apply. But didn't you write a piece? First come out to title something like "I've been
the
to."
Russians. So you could go there.
Jeez. So you could go there and be wrong. Oh no. This is wow. This is no wonder people thought Dave was that's a win. What do you have to say to that? What do you have to say? But you didn't write a big piece when the war in Ukraine first came out this year?
Go there and still get it wrong, right?
No, I was with you.
And they can win, they can repel the Russians. So you could go there and still get it wrong, right?
No, I was.
That's still I think that is a valid statement. You could still go there and get it wrong. Same thing with like North Korea.
With the Ukrainian armed forces in 2022 when they were retaking territory from the Russians.
Right.
Oh, no, he's like, I was there. I was with the Ukrainian armed forces when they were retaking territory from the Russians. Okay. But things change, right? Things change. So it looked that way to you, and it's almost as if knowledge changes. And
the last time they had any advances, yeah.
Right.
I
said I can see how they could win, which would be advances.
Okay, territory from the Russians. The last time they had any advances. Okay, so that's also just the way that he's like, look, they're losing. It's Dave's way of asserting, hey, bro, they're losing, by the way. They haven't done any of that. And then he goes, I said I can see how they can win. Would be advances like that. But it sounds like the title of the whole thing was quite, I can see how they can win. Is it how or that they will? And now his opinion has changed.
It's like that, yeah.
You said if we just fund them, or if we just arm them, that they can then they can repel.
Okay, now it's you said this. No, I didn't. Okay. You said if we just fund them or if we just arm them, that they can. Okay. I don't know. I haven't read the article. I hope that Dave is not just going off of like a blurb of the article, because that's not going to help you against the guy who wrote it. Okay.
The Ukrainian army was making great successes, which it was.
What?
Let's fund them, or if we just arm them, that they can then they can.
No, I didn't say that. What did he say? Said that the Ukrainian army was making great successes, which it was.
Said that the Ukrainian army was making great successes, which it was when I was with them in the fall of 22.
Okay, listen, there were lots.
I was with them in. Okay, cool.
People who went to Iraq and said we'll be greeted as liberators, and it'll be.
Okay, so now we go on to he takes a new tactic, a new example. Okay, so he's abandoned that. Why? Is it because he's just gotten... Is Dave abandoning this point over here about the article because he's been defeated on it, or it's because he doesn't want to argue with use this example with Douglas? Does he go to a different one? So he goes down, I would say. Okay, and he goes,
paid for in oil and democracy will. Okay, listen, there were lots of people who went to Iraq and said we'll be greeted as liberators and it'll be paid for in oil and democracy will spread through the region. So I don't know. Either take on the.
Okay, there are lots. Listen, there are lots. By the way, Murray wrote an article after this drama. He basically made the cancel culture argument. No, you're allowed to have free speech, but not freedom of consequences. Well, what consequences is he talking about? What consequences? Consequences is the consequence should be you're challenged and you have to defend your position and things like that. I'm okay with that consequence because that's a normal consequence in life. Will be greeted as liberators and they'll be paid for in oil and democracy will spread through the region. Or don't, but I don't think. This is this point is what resonates. I think it needs to like have a flare or something. I need to put this with a like a huge border or something. Bold, extra bold border. And this is why, I suppose this is why people came out on Dave's side. Because of this kind of point.
The arguments or don't, but I don't think like.
Okay, so we've got
when I was with them in the fall of 22.
Okay, listen, there were lots of people who went to Iraq and said we'll be greeted as liberators and it'll be paid for in oil and democracy will spread through the region. So
okay, so the region. So that's an example. So I don't either take on okay, this actually needs to be in its own thing because it's him addressing it, but then he kind of attacks him, yeah, and goes, listen, bro, stop your shit about me telling me I can't talk about it. Because this is not, that's not, that argument, this is why it's not an argument. It's a non-argument to me. Let's continue talking.
I don't know, either take on the arguments or don't, but I don't think
but your argument's incorrect.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying your argument's incorrect. No, that you're not doing that. You spent time, sir. You spent time telling me that I'm not allowed to talk about it. That's what a lot of your time has been spent on doing. Okay, a lot of your time has been spent on your ideas, yes, very much so, but you spent the whole beginning of this conversation talking about how I can't talk about it. And when I say I mean Dave. Arguments not disproving them. That's my thing. That's my main thing, I suppose. Just like take a note, Chinsia. The main thing is you're going to have these battles. Just do it. You're going to have to deign to discuss with the proles. Okay, you're going to have to. Being able to observe the reality on the ground has an advantage over far removed op-eds. That does not take, yeah, absolutely. But this is not the argument he's going for. He's bringing it up in order to say, Dave, your argument is wrong. Instead of going into what he saw on the ground, all of that sort of stuff, the showing how seeing things on the ground and not being removed from op-eds, showing their value is a lot more interesting and a lot more beneficial to the conversation than harping on to a person about how they're not allowed to talk about it, because they're going to. And what you can do is use your opportunity to argue with them your opinion, so that the alternative facts come out, so that if they're convinced that there's that Gaza is a concentration camp, then you give the counter argument, then they can go and research that, because that's what you're here for. But no, instead we're going to have this weird cock measuring thing, and it's not helping his side. So it's not like I completely disagree with Douglas. It's just the way that he's executed this has not been favorable.
Fine. Well, then present a counter argument to it. But to just tell me I'm not allowed.
Yeah. But I don't think. Then he goes arguments. Okay, fine. Then present a counter argument. I say, but your argument is incorrect. No. This is it.
Allowed to talk about something.
I'm not
because
saying you're not allowed to
okay,
talk
fine. Well,
about
I'm not saying you're not allowed to talk about it. But you're saying the reason what I say is wrong is because I'm not allowed to talk about it, instead of telling me why I'm wrong. Okay? Yes, exactly. That might be what you think of what you heard. This is I know that there are sources like this that say this. Weird. Just tell me I'm not allowed to present a counter argument to it, but don't just tell me I'm not allowed to talk about something because I'm not an expert. Okay, that is basically it. Okay, fine, but you're not an expert. Okay. But he says I'm not saying
you're
you're
not an expert, so you shouldn't talk about it. You haven't been there.
See how they're talking about it. Oof.
Tell me I'm not allowed to talk about something.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to
okay,
talk
fine. Well,
about
you're
it.
not an.
He's so upset that how dare this person go, I'm not saying you're not allowed to talk about it. You've spent so much time telling us and disparaging and all of this. So don't be surprised, sir. I'm not telling you you can't.
Expert, so you shouldn't talk the counter argument to it, but to just tell me I'm not allowed to talk about something.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to
okay,
talk
fine.
about
Talk about it. Okay. Like they're talking up over each other here. I think I should put some airplanes in because it's just all over each other. I think might be one of the most contentious exchanges so far. Okay, I'm telling you, can't talk about it. Yes, you spent so much time. So much time. On counter arguments beyond saying no. Like even his counter arguments are just no, that's not it. Like he's not going into it. He's not, oh, this is what you think, that this is what I've seen. None of that. He's just no. And that's, do you think Dave is going to react to that very nicely? No, he's not. No, and the listeners are not going to.
You're not an expert, so you shouldn't talk about it. You haven't been there. Yeah,
you shouldn't talk about it. You're not an expert. Let's just see. Let me put it. I'm gonna have to put it back on normal speed.
Incorrect.
So I don't know. Either take on the arguments or don't. But I don't.
But
think
I'm saying, but your argument's incorrect.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, then present a counter argument to it. But to just tell me I'm not allowed to talk about something because I'm not an expert.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to
okay,
talk
fine. Well, you're not an expert.
Okay. Okay, fine. But you're not an expert. You haven't been there. He's calling him out on his bullshit. Or don't. Mm-hmm.
So you shouldn't talk about it. You haven't been there. Yeah, I know, but you keep.
And then he goes, "You're talking about it now. We've had this before. My goodness." You're talking about it now actually doesn't help you because He's trying to talk about it now, but you're telling him to shut up. You're not telling him why he's wrong. Tell him why he's wrong. Just do that. Let's just do more aeroplanes because we carry on talking over each other.
Playing this game where it's like the whole opening to this podcast was like yeah, I know, but you keep playing this game where it's like the whole opening to this podcast was like the non-expert.
Yeah, I know. I love that. Just like, oh, shut the fuck up. Let me speak. Yeah, I know. Yes, because and the tone of this actually says, yeah, you've said as much. What happened? I lost something. Where'd it go? Oh well. We'll find it one day. Okay, you're talking about it now. Yeah. I wanted to do the insert here. We don't even need to do the tone. Calm down, Shinsia. You don't have to do that. Yeah, okay. Let's go, yeah. Shouldn't talk about it. You haven't been there, did it? But you keep playing. Let's go. Let's see this example. This way he explains it. Nothing of real value was lost. The yeah, okay was lost. Okay.
It's talking about this is such a problem. Now you're saying because I haven't this podcast would been there about something.
I'm
I'm
not
not
saying
an
you're
expert.
not allowed to
Okay,
talk
fine.
about
Well, you're
it.
not an
Sorry.
expert, so you shouldn't talk
talking
about it. You
now.
haven't been there. Yeah, I know, but you keep playing this game where it's like the whole opening to this podcast was like the non-experts talking about this is such a problem. Now you're saying because I haven't been there.
It's such a problem. Let him shut up. Shut up, Douglas. Shut up. Okay. Now you're saying, and what did he say? What is he saying in the background?
Can't talk about the non-experts talking about this is such a problem. Now you're saying because I haven't been there, I can't talk about it.
Now you're saying because I haven't been there, I can't talk about it. Yeah.
Is there a blockade there that
What is he saying in the background?
such a problem? Now you're saying because I haven't been there, I can't talk about it.
I don't think. Okay, we didn't get anything. Now, you know what? Yeah, fine. Don't have that conversation. Just ask me this question. Is there a blockade there? That's cool. This is better if you actually approach Douglas this way by asking him because he's the authority. Maybe you could get more out of him. Maybe that's how it goes. Maybe that's how we get what we need.
About it. Is there a blockade there that's causing economic devastation or not? According to the World Bank.
According to the and devastation or not, okay? And then we've got obviously his point is the according to the world. This is the third time he's brought this up now. Because we didn't address it the first time he brought it up. We never interacted with this argument before because of Murray. Okay, we didn't do this, so now we're here at the third try. Repeat statements. We still haven't addressed his point. Okay, we still haven't. We unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with these points that you don't want to deal with. He isn't saying he can't talk about it. Okay. Why not? Hey, here's Gamer. That's a good point. Why not ask, become wiser first, or ask questions before forming an opinion? Well, the thing is, what he has done is he's asked questions and become wiser, as he thinks, by asking certain people, like this Cooper person and all of that. He's got his experts, okay, his versions of that. He thinks he has done his due diligence because he's asked them, right? But he hasn't. He does. So he comes with to Douglas with this passion rather than curiosity. So I'm with you there, where if you could be wrong, which is a lot of the time, it's just so much better to ask questions than to get into this combat, really. It's better to just try and understand what that other person is saying, and see how it goes next to what you're thinking. I mean, he literally can't stop him from talking about it. He's just trying to finger wag Joe into not having him on anymore. That's basically it. And unfortunately, that's just not how it's going to go. That's not the world anymore. He's going to have these conversations. But as Gamer said, true, he should be asking questions. Okay. And obviously, both sides of this debate have very much been passionate and against each other. Daisy's got poop zoomies, so she wants to talk. Daisy, come here. Did you make a poo? Okay. According to the World Bank, first of all, so he's trying to do according to the World Bank, he's trying to do that, but sorry, we got an interruption. First of all, I'm not playing a game.
I think there is.
First of all, I don't think it's a game.
I don't think it's a game. Okay. Right. You're playing this game. Okay. I don't think it's a game. There you go. What a winner. Okay, cool. You made a cool turn of phrase. Win.
I don't think it's a game at all.
Me neither.
Okay. No. I'm not a fan of this. And he goes, me neither. Okay, so this is just not a good point. I'm waiting for us to get to the arguments. Me neither. I'm not playing a game. Okay, he's not playing a game, sir.
I'm not playing a game. Okay,
This is semantics.
Okay, this is semantics. Yes, it is. I'm not playing a game. You're not speaking against his accusation. You're just saying no. Daisy, can you guys hear her? Don't know if the noise cancellation takes her out. Stunning brave. That's exactly what Douglas chooses not to listen to experts like Jeffrey Sachs or John Mersheimer because they agree with Dave on this topic. Well, that's the thing that happens with all people on everything. Everybody chooses their experts. It's how we land up having opinions, and you've got to try and make your experts the best ones eventually. Zelensky, I'm not playing a game. Murray, I'm not playing a game. Yeah, there we go. It works, Fishmonger. Daisy. Jeez. She's going mad.
Semantics.
No, but this is important.
No, but this is important. Okay, now, are we going to get another lecture? Boys, are we going to get another lecture? Knipe your bum holes because we're going to get yelled at? No, but this is important. Mm-hmm. This is semantics. Okay. He's formulating his speech. Okay. But it's very important. Okay, it's very important. I think he's going to use this opportunity to be like, it's very serious. He's going to push the seriousness of the bad people. Close up. I've seen plenty of this with my own eyes because I do believe. Okay, that's what are you telling us?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen plenty of this up close. I've seen plenty of this with my own eyes because I do believe that one of the things you should do if you're talking about something, is to see it.
Yeah, you've established that.
Okay.
Yes, Joe. Sorry, come on now. I've seen plenty of this. Like we don't need to spend more time on this. Okay. Yeah, you've established that. Okay. Like this is what has to happen when you're repeating yourself. The host is going to say, "You've established that." Yeah, you've established that. But this is important. I've seen it with my own eyes. This close-up, I've seen. You have not seen what I've seen. I've seen plenty of this with my own eyes. Because I do believe that one of the things you should do if you're talking about something is to see it. Yes, that's a very good point. It's a very good point. We almost would agree with you if you weren't being such an ass. Yeah, you're established. You've established that. Okay? I can point in the map where you established it. Okay. Actually, you didn't even really establish it. You established that this is important to you. You didn't establish why. You didn't go and actually use it. No. Observation is objectively better than word of mouth or secondhand accounts, but it entirely depends on what you're observing. Well, we don't even get to that discussion, Creamage. We don't even get to whether observation versus word of mouth, anything. No, we get him completely turning down what word of mouth is. We got into this ego battle rather than talking about it. Actually, yeah, what I have is better knowledge than you. Okay. Tell us how. So we've established that thing. Okay, I'm glad that Joe goes, yeah, we've established that. Now, let's see.
Is there a blockade?
The blockade.
Okay, so yeah, you've established that. Is there a blockade? I think that's a better approach. Just ask him because he is the authority, and you're probably going to get better results. Is there a blockade? Okay.
That existed to the extent it see it.
Yeah, you've established that.
Okay.
Is there a blockade?
The blockade that existed.
Okay, so is there a blockade? So we've got no yes or no answer, but we've just like the blockade that existed to the extent it existed. We're going in and out of Gaza. Okay. Ghosted laughing.
To the extent it existed was a blockade.
Someone somewhere made a point that this standard, Dennis Rodman is the most expert scholar in Western North Korea discourse. Okay, they get it.
To try to make sure that the Israelis and the Egyptians knew what materials were going in and out of Gaza after the first rocket fires.
Okay. Extent. The blockade that existed, to the extent it existed, was a blockade to try and make sure that the Israelis and the Egyptians knew what materials were going in and out of Gaza. Okay, that makes sense. Then you're telling me that nothing is restricted. We're just looking at what's going in. I don't know. Then,
when Hamas, in fact, before Hamas was elected, the Israelis.
After the first rocket fires. When Hamas, in fact, before Hamas was elected. Okay. Before Hamas was elected, okay. Okay, so that's the first, that's when this happens. Okay, tell us more. The Israelis.
And the Egyptians didn't do a very good job of it. Were meant to be trying to make sure that the materials that went into Gaza were not materials that could be used to build up the Gaza and Hamas war machine.
Okay. Israelis and the Egyptians. The Egyptians didn't do a very good job of it. Okay.
So he's talking about the purpose of the blockade beyond, just starving the people. Okay. He's saying they didn't do a good job about it. Whatever, cool, it's around it. But what they were supposed to do is that they don't. Stop a bit. Oh, the Israelis and the Egyptians. We're meant to be trying to make sure that the materials are mixed together or not. Okay, Hamas was war machine. Cool. So that's what the blockade was, to prevent the war building up. Then I understood that from earlier conversation. He hasn't revealed anything to us.
The reason why trucks get searched is not because the Israelis want to search through grain or flour. It's because they wanted to stop the trucks containing the arms and the munitions that the Gazan, Hamas, and Islamic Jihad fighters were going to use to fire against Israel. And
okay, so you're telling me that the things can go in? That's fine. The reason why trucks get searched and things like that, so the blockade is brutal? Not really. Okay. God's enemies stood at fighters going to use against Israel. Okay. Okay, so it's all about prevention. Okay. Okay, we've got more. Okay, it's basically the same point. Fights against Israel. Okay, next.
And I'm sorry, it just makes the most obvious strategic sense as the great.
And it just makes the most obvious. I'm sorry, it just makes the most obvious strategic sense. Okay, so. Hey, Cinevere, it's the best kitty on YouTube. Yeah, I'm the only kitty on YouTube, so that's why I'm the best. Hi. Come here, Daisy, come. Sorry, guys, we get a Daisy. Come here, baby. Come on. Let's go. I'm trying to get her to come here. Okay, fine. Fuck off, then.
Great.
Don't tell Gordon I said fuck off to Daisy.
Joan Rivers once said, if as an appeal to authority.
Okay, some nice laughter, I suppose. As the late, I'm sorry, it just makes the most obvious strategic sense. Oh, God. Got so much sidebarring here. No wonder the AI screwed up half of this. Okay.
That one I'll allow. That one I like.
She also said that Michelle Obama's a man.
I said fuck off to her, but she came back. She liked it. Hey? There you go. Okay, so where am I at? It just makes strategic sense. Okay. As the late great, like, okay, he's just being entertaining here, I suppose. One said, as an appeal to authority. Hello, baby. Hello, Daisy. She's looking up at me like, look at me. Don't do things of your own accord. Joe laughing. Yes, baby.
Yeah, I know she did that.
No, I'm saying she got everything right. So like,
she also said that Michelle Obama's a man.
That one I'll allow.
If as an appeal to authority.
That one I'll allow. That one I like.
As appeal to authority. So we don't even get to Joan Rivers. But when you're making nice, at least I suppose you'll end up using up words. Joe laughing, I'll let that one. I'll allow that one. What did he say?
She also said that Michelle Obama's a man.
See what happens when you have to say the late great this and that said it. Just say the thing. Look what we have to go through. But I guess that's entertainment. What do you want? Yes, Daisy. That's a good girl. She's sat down now. You'll allow it. Let's reduce some tension after the yelling. Then
Yeah, I know she did that.
No, I'm saying she
That
got
seems a
everything
bit
right.
perennial.
So continue.
that seems to what?
She also said that Michelle Obama's a man.
Yeah, I know she did that.
No, I'm saying she got everything right. So continue.
Okay, she got so much right. Continue.
Go ahead.
But as Joan Rivers said, if New York was being rocketed from New Jersey, we would level New Jersey.
Okay, so as Joan Rivers said. Okay, so what? Jen River is what the subtitles say. Said if the New York was being rocketed from New Jersey, we'd level New Jersey. Okay. Okay. You're talking about strategic sense. Okay. Continue. It takes so long to get to points. My God.
I don't think you need to level it, by the way. But we would level New Jersey. I don't think.
Okay. Hello, Daisy. Okay. You don't need to level it, guys. You don't need to level it. By the way. Imported in larger quantities into New Jersey, of course. Okay. Okay, there we go. We got to the point. We got to the point, guys. It's you wouldn't want to level them, but you would want to make sure that they don't get any rockets. Okay, so he finally got to the point after the whole Joan Rivers thing.
You need to level it, by the way. But you would at least try to make sure that rockets weren't being imported in larger quantities into New Jersey.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay, so we got agreement from Joe. So is that agreement with the blockade? Okay.
That's all the Israelis were doing.
And they haven't turned away.
That's all the Israelis were doing. Okay. So this is the point that he is trying to make. And of course, we're going to get feedback from Dave. That's what all the Israelis were doing. Okay. And he wants it to end there, but now Dave's going to have questions and just answer them. Answer them. Okay?
They were
food or
doing.
aid. They haven't turned.
No.
They haven't.
Okay, they haven't turned away any food or aid. They haven't. Okay, so that's what Dave's contention is. No, they have turned away food. They have made it bad. It's not just been about the rocket. So these two things are completely against each other. And I don't know how else they change each other's minds. You have to then believe in the other person's facts. That's all, because he's decided, according to his sources, that they have turned away food and aid. Okay, this is obviously that's why he asks it in this question. It means that they have. He thinks they have, basically stating he has. They have. Turned away. 8 kits. wait, sorry, 8. It wasn't just about rockets. Okay. That's his contention. That's what his position. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's true or false. This is them interacting. Okay.
Haven't said you can't bring potato chips in, or you
give-
can't have cookies because
I'll
they have
give-
dual use.
No,
Isn't this their whole argument that
No.
there's anything that could be used to build a rocket has to be excluded?
Ooh. They've said you can't bring in potato chips. Wow. Potato chips can be lethal. Sorry, I haven't turned. They haven't said you can't bring potato chips because they have dual use. Isn't their whole argument that you can use anything can be used to build a rocket or a weapon? What is it? A rocket.
Anything that could be used to build a rocket. Yeah.
Anything that could be used to build a rocket, yes. So do they disagree on this potato chips? Okay. Anything that could be used to build a rocket. Nah. I want more than just these these repeating of people's sentences. I want more. Okay, what's next?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's a good reason, again, not to build rockets and fire them at your neighbors. It's almost.
Hold up.
But that's a good reason that could be used to build a rocket. Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't talk about the potato chips though. I want him to talk about the potato chips. This is a claim that they can't even have potato chips. It's human rights. They can't have their Lays. So tell me, he's not addressing it. He goes instead. Who says yeah, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Included.
Anything that could be used to build a rocket. Yeah.
Like, explain to me how it can be used to build a rocket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and what? So he does. Is he saying not everything can be used in a rocket? I don't know. I don't know if that's what he's saying because he doesn't address it. I want him to address it. Depriving people of Pringles is indeed barbaric. Deadly throwing star, says Dildo. No, I mean, if there's some chemical thing that you can do with it, even then you have maybe a tiny little leg to stand on. Yeah, but that's a good reason, again, not to build rockets and fire them at your neighbors. Okay. So you don't go further with this. You just go, that's why you mustn't build rockets, because then you won't get chips. So basically, you've done a roundabout here.
But that's a good reason, again, not to build rockets and fire them at your neighbors. It's almost like.
It's almost like there's a cost. No. Now you said that's all it was about. You said that's all it was about, right? But then now your argument isn't that's not all it was about. It's more like, you can. You know what? It's okay. It's okay that the blockade was more than that. Actually, you've come around. Am I missing him? Tell me.
There's a good reason, again, not to build rockets and fire them at your neighbors.
Because we go, that's all the Israelis were doing. They were stopping when he's talking about the blockade, they were stopping things coming in that can be used to create those rockets, right? Then he goes, they haven't turned away any food or aid, potato chips, whatever. The only thing he gives us here, in response to what Dave said is anything that could be used to build a rocket, That's all he says. And then he goes on to say that's a good reason, again, not to build rockets and fire them at your neighbors. What? It's almost like there's a cost. So now the cost. Okay, he goes almost like there's a cost. Okay, and Dave is waiting. I mean, he must be waiting to say, so you say that this cost is fine, that it's okay, because that's his problem. He's upset about that cost. Okay, it's almost like there's a cost to pay. Sorry.
It's almost
Yeah,
like
I
there's
agree.
a cost to play. It's almost like there's a cost to pay
Oh, he actually did say play.
for, instead of living in peace with your neighbor, constantly trying to wipe them out. And
Okay, so you've come back to that. A cost to pay for, instead of living with peace with your neighbor, constantly trying to wipe them out. Okay, and that's what, and he just does it again. A cost to pay. So he is now saying that, yeah, they deserve that. He is saying they deserve that. And that's not going to sit well with somebody who's anti-war, right? That's not going to sit well. They're not going to go, okay, because they deserve that, then it's fine. That feels like a turnabout. I don't know. It feels like he's abandoned his point. Not abandoned, or like he's just changed his angle. What happened to it was all the Israelis were doing? Seems like his new stance is, because he hasn't explained it, we're gonna do we're gonna feel what his thought does. His new stance is they deserve it. What Dave's side would hear. That's what Dave's side would hear. Like they're primed for that, man. Your neighbor concentrate to wipe them out. And then we go, and that is what Hamas has done for 18 years. So we've got the repeat, which is not going to have power over, this is not going to have power over Dave. It's not going to convince him, but I guess he doesn't give a shit about Dave.
that is what Hamas did for 18 years. 18 years. This is why I think it's so unbelievable taking agency away from the Palestinians of Gaza.
Okay, this is why taking agency away from the Palestinians of Gaza. Okay, so this is another way of framing it, that they brought Hamas into power. So you're taking away their agency. You're taking away that they made this choice. But that's not the whole argument that Dave is making. But okay, this is what why I think it's so unbelievable taking agency from Palestinians of Gaza. Okay. Hamas had 18 years. 18 years is obviously the time from birth of a child. Okay.
Is that the Hamas had 18 years, and 18 years is obviously the time from the birth of a child to the end of their formal education. They literally had the opportunity to create a generation in Gaza that wanted to live beside their Israeli neighbors. And from everything I've seen since the 7th of October in the region, and from all of the dead and the survivors and the family members I've seen, so many of them, particularly the people in the south who were attacked on the morning of the 7th, were literally people who dreamed of living in peace with their Palestinian neighbors. They were.
Okay, so now we're back. This is what he's here for. So I'm going to put the repeat. It is what he's here for. He's going to say it. This is not, sorry, that's not the repeat yet. I guess it is, basically. I'll take this off. Go away. Uh-oh. There you go. Okay, and we've got, no, not that. I have 18 years is obviously blah, 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 attacked on October 7th. So we've got the whole speech basically being said here, and that's going to fall on deaf ears because of all the work you've put into just not having the conversation the way you could have. Birth of a child to the end of formal education. Yeah, we do that sometimes when we talk about apartheid and things like that. It's like, this many generations have passed, and South Africa could have become this and this in this amount of time. I understand this literary method. Okay, creates a generation. She wants us to live beside their Israeli neighbors, and from everything I've seen since then, I've been in the region, and from all the day, I've seen particular people in South were attacked. Okay, the morning, literally people who dreamed of living in peace with the Palestinian neighbors. Well, this is also getting to the point of the people. The people themselves are the ones that get killed, but then the higher ups are the ones that cause all this cuck as well. But he's saying the Palestinians brought them in.
But people like Vivian Silva, whose body wasn't identified for months because.
Okay, so we're going to have this extra bit where we go into the horrible details. Okay. Remains to extract DNA. She spent every weekend, like so many people in the communities in South Israel, every weekend driving children misery. Medical conditions. Okay, so we're going to talk about her. We know that he wants the victims to be heard, and he wants to also see how Dave responds to them. But I think basically all Dave would say is, yeah, that's terrible, and then continue with his arguments. So we're repeating this pattern. Okay.
Because there wasn't enough of her child remains left to even extract DNA from. She spent every weekend, like so many people in the communities in the south of Israel, every weekend driving children with the most rare medical conditions that couldn't be treated in one of the Hamas-run hospitals in Gaza into very specialist units inside Israel. And she spent every weekend doing that and working with Bet Salem and all of.
Okay, work weekend driving children, most rare medical conditions that couldn't be treated in one of. Okay, Hamas-run hospitals in Gaza. Okay. Okay, he's just making the same point again. Couldn't treated. Okay.
Of these radical left Israeli groups, and it didn't matter a bit when Hamas came in because they burnt her in her own home anyway. My point is, in all of the counterfactuals of this conflict.
Okay, my point is, let's go specialist units inside Israel, and she spent every weekend doing that, working with Bet Salem and all of this. It didn't matter a bit. Home. Anyway, my point, yes, he wants to bring that up because that is supposed to make you think, right? Okay, but his point is that they developed weapons. They continued. They could have stopped the conflict by just being peaceful. So they escalated it, is what he's saying. They escalated it when they should have left it.
Conflict. The most important one is what could have happened if instead of educating a generation into wanting to annihilate their neighbors, Hamas in power had spent 18 years building up a state, teaching peace, creating coexistence with their neighbors. You think any of the people on the kibbutzim in the south or the young people dancing at the Nova party weren't dreaming of the day that the Palestinian government in Gaza would have created those conditions for them to live beside as well? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, no, right.
Everybody argues against.
Okay, so we've got that. We wanted the peace. This is another just an expounding on this, that he wants the peace. Hamas spent 18 years. Spent 18 years building. If Hamas coexistence, yes, with their neighbors. So they didn't do that. Dancing at the no party, weren't dreaming of the day. So the people on the ground want the. So of course, cool. What do we do with this now? So they wanted peace. Okay, I'm getting it. I understand. Is this where Douglas starts saying people need to remember the genesis of a conflict? He did bring that up earlier, slightly, like just quickly, just said, oh, you can't lose sight of why, which was with Ukraine and Russia, and also the World War, World War II, like that whole thing. He has used it, so I don't know if he goes further into it now.
Nobody's arguing.
Nobody's arguing. That's nobody's argument.
Douglas is
Right. Anybody's arguing.
yeah, no, right.
I don't think anybody is arguing against that. Okay, so your whole argument is here. So, but you aren't saying you agree either, and that's not what. I think you need to say you agree, so Douglas can feel better, and then you can maybe talk a little bit more. Like maybe saying you agree would make him feel more comfortable with you asking questions. That's not anybody's argument. So
Everybody
But
argues against
nobody's-
it. Of course. Right.
Anybody's arguing.
Yeah, no, right.
Everybody
you're saying
argues against
Nobody's
it.
arguing.
everybody argues against.
Right.
Anybody's arguing.
Yeah, no, right.
Everybody
you're saying
argues against it.
Nobody's arguing.
Everybody argues against. I don't know what he said. It sounds like everybody guys, listen. Sounds like he says everybody argues against the gerbil. Listen.
Douglas.
Right.
Anybody's arguing.
Yeah, no, right.
Everybody
you're saying
argues against it.
Nobody's arguing.
It sounds like a gerbil, right? Yeah, except the hardcore leftists, they are arguing it because they're the whole settler colonialism. Whoopsie. Yeah, they are on that way. But let's see what Dave's argument is. Because cool, we understand what some people's argument is. I still don't know what Dave's at.
Douglas, it's just
No,
again,
I mean
it's
here.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, he's like in here. Yeah, in here. Where are we even at?
it's not what I'm saying. Look, I'll say that.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so we've got Dave saying that's not what I'm saying. Okay, what are you saying? Nobody's argument, Douglas. It's just mean I'll say this again because you bring up the point about agency again. Okay. Okay, let's see.
This again because you bring up the point about agency again, and I hear this a lot as a counter. Much like I said in Ukraine, it's not denying anybody agency. I'm not saying that. Believe me, if I was in control of how people acted, I would certainly. There are.
Oh, okay, that's not what he's saying. What is he saying? Let's go. Agency. It's not denying anybody. I'm not denying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Believe me. Cool. Okay, so what if he was in control of how people acted? I would certainly. Okay, what you would certainly what? Stop with the certainlys, you fuck.
Palestinians could have handled things much better, and there are different points where we probably all would agree that we wish they had done it this way and not this way. And I think that embracing for those Palestinians who embrace terrorism, which pretty early on, I mean, Israel and Palestine have been at war since the existence of Israel, really. And I know it's convenient to like kind of pretend October 7th was like the first thing, but actually there's a long history here. I'm not denying any of them agency. The problem is that I see it as like you only seem to focus on the agency of one side. And then, if you want to talk about counterfactuals, I think the most interesting counterfactual, well, maybe I'll give you two. Number one would be Chaim Weizmann, who was essentially supposed to be the David Ben-Gurion. Like he was in line as like the number one ranking Zionist. This is pre the creation of the state of Israel, who urged all of the Zionist militias to not embrace terrorism. And he ended up losing that battle ultimately. In many ways, this is how terrorism was introduced.
This is one of the longest. Oh, this is the longest speech we've had from Dave, and now it's getting interrupted.
The state.
David Ben Gurion was. I was saying Chaim
okay.
White.
Okay, so let me get back to it. Okay, I'm trying to get the point out of this because there is a lot of what's wrong with the content? What did Cyber Ring you say? Would be nice to one day have this argument between reasonable people with neither invokes Nazis or commies. Nah, that's not gonna happen. Okay. If I was in control of how people acted, I would certainly, so we don't get the end of that. There are Palestinians. The Palestinians could have handled things much better, and there are different points where we probably all would agree that we wish they had done it this way and not another. Okay. Okay, this way and not another. Okay, then for those, what are we getting at? For those, for those Palestinians who embrace terrorism. Okay, I'm not tracking with him very well here. I'm gonna have to go back.
Weissman. Yeah.
He was a
Like he would seem to focus on the agency in Palestine have been at war since, which from at embracing for those they had handled things much better. And there are different points where we probably all would agree that we wish they had done it this way and not this way. And I think
okay, and not this way. This way, okay. And I think
that embracing for those Palestinians who embrace terrorism, which from,
for those, okay, so we don't get that. We've got pretty early on, I mean, Israel and Palestine have been at war since the existence of Israel, really. Okay, so I would have loved to hear what he meant for those who have embraced terrorism. I don't know where he goes with it. We're going next. Let's go next.
Which pretty early on. I mean, Israel and Palestine have been at war since the existence of Israel, really. And I know it's convenient to like.
Okay, we've got it gets the side here. I'm very, very proud of Douglas for leaving this alone. I know it's convenient to like kind of pretend October 7th was like the first thing. Okay, that a lot of people. Apparently a lot of Americans didn't even really think much about the conflict until October 7th. So now that's when they started being interested in it. They just thought of it as conflict in Middle East. Okay, there. Okay.
Kind of pretend October 7th was like the first thing, but actually there's a long history here. I'm not denying any of.
But actually, there's a long history here. Okay. We can put that in there. Okay, cool. Lots of fluff around here. I'm waiting. I think he gets this. This is the next point for you guys. I'm not denying anyone. I'm not denying any of them agency. Okay, this is the main thing. I get this. Where he goes, I'm not denying any of them agency. The problem is that I see it's like you only seem to focus on the agency of one side. So you're not allowed to focus on both sides. You're not allowed to. You have to pick one. Agency one side, then you.
Them agency. The problem is that I see it as like you only seem to focus on the agency of one side. And then, if you want to talk about counterfactuals.
Okay, so separate parts, okay, of one side. That's his problem. Okay, he's like, you're only, and obviously the one side that he's talking about there is the agency and the blame agency and blame on Hamas, right? From Douglas's. I think it's that Douglas will think it's egregious to even consider that there is any culpability on the other side. Now he's going to start using the word Zionist, and that's going to be very triggering, I'd say. Talk about counterfactuals. If you want to talk about counterfactuals, let's see what he says here. Next one. If you want to talk about counterfactuals, fuck's sake. That's not what he said. Okay. If you want to talk about counterfactuals, I think the most interesting counterfactual, well, maybe I'll give you two. Okay. Counterfactuals. Okay, number one would be, let's split them up. Okay, number one would be, and also, where did he say counterfactuals? He's responding to here. Okay. Okay, there. It took him much longer to get to the point that he's going to get. One would be this person who was essentially supposed to be the David Ben-Gurion. Like, he was in line as like the #1 ranking Zionist. Okay, what did he do? This is pre the creation, okay? Pre the creation of the state of Israel. Okay, he urged, okay, well, this is basically where he goes. He urged all of the Zionist militias to not embrace terrorism. And he ended up losing that battle ultimately in many ways. Okay.
I think the most interesting counterfactual, well, maybe I'll give you two. Number one would be Chaim Weizmann, who was essentially supposed to be the David Ben-Gurion. Like, he was in line as like the #1 ranking Zionist. This is pre the creation of the state of Israel, who urged all of the Zionist militias to not embrace terrorism. And he ended up losing that battle ultimately. In many ways, this is how terrorism was introduced.
He was the first president of the state.
Okay, terrorism, many ways. This was how terrorism was introduced. And then we've got the factual fact check by Douglas. He was the first president of the state. He was the first president of the state.
David Ben-Gurion was. I was saying Chaim Weizmann. Yeah,
he was the first president of the state.
David Ben-Gurion was. I was saying Chaim Weizmann. Yeah, yes. And he basically ended up losing.
Who was the first one? Okay, they quibble there. I don't know.
His position to David Ben-Gurion because they just wanted to be more hardcore. And by the way, the Ergon and the Lehi and the Haganah, they openly using his position was. I was saying Chaim Weizmann. Yes.
The first president of the state.
David Ben-Gurion was. I was saying Chaim Weizmann. Yes. And he basically.
Okay, David was. So he's talking about, I guess that he's just commenting to say he knows who the guy's talking about. Okay. Keep going. I still need to get to the point. Okay. Continue your point from previous.
We ended up losing his position to David Ben-Gurion because they were just.
Okay, now we've gone past the point. Fuck's sake! I think, yes, he basically ended up losing his position to David Ben-Gurion because they were just wanted to be more hardcore. Okay, so this is, okay. Okay. So they chose David Ben-Gurion and he was more hardcore. This is what I'm hearing.
Just wanted to be more hardcore. And by the way,
just wanted to be hardcore and embrace. I suppose you wanted to say and embrace. But he doesn't say it. Okay, and then the next point.
because they just wanted to be more hardcore. And by the way, the Ergon and the Lehi and the Haganah, they openly embraced terrorism.
Okay, so he goes, the Ergon, the Lehi, and the Haganah, they openly embrace terrorism, drive out an occupying force. Okay. So these are examples of Israeli choices that Dave is looking at and saying, here's some agency that they took. They could have not embraced terrorism themselves.
To drive out an occupying force. This is literally the story of the creation of the state of Israel. The Palestinians.
This is literally the story of the creation of the state of Israel. Okay. So they first of all, they made the decision to view them as the occupying force, as opposed to just people that lived there because time had passed.
Palestinians fell into a terrible, tragic mistake early on. And I'm saying, listen.
Okay, when you say when the Palestinians fell into a terrible, tragic mistake, that's going to make David Douglas go, hold up, buddy. Are you just saying they didn't make a choice? They just, it just happened to them, and they didn't make a choice either. So now you're taking away their agency.
Listen, I reject terrorism as we all should, just because killing innocent people is wrong. I'd like to get to that a little bit more in a second, because it's interesting.
What are you going to say more?
Interesting that we haven't really gotten into what I think is a great humanitarian crisis here.
Okay, we haven't spoken about okay, cool. I reject terrorism. So first he's going to say I reject terrorism. So he's making sure we know this, because we haven't really gotten into what I think is a great humanitarian crisis here. This is an aside. Sorry, he's making an aside. Okay, we still haven't got. I guess he's just getting his points out, or his bits out, and then eventually he'll make them relevant.
But they were following, I think in some ways they were very influenced by the Algerian model, that they were like, hey, look, we could listen, there's a lot of groups.
Okay. They were following I think some ways they were very Algerian model. They were okay. Okay, it's tough to follow. Okay, they were following. So he's still talking about the Palestinians here, I suppose. Okay, the Algerian model. By the Algerian model, that they were like, hey, look, there's lots of groups, whether it's Algerian model.
Whether it's
which Algerian model?
Well, driving the French.
Okay, so he goes, which Algerian model? There's a lot of groups. Okay. But now we have a question, because we off on a tangent. Which Algerian model? Good question. Anyway, if he's going to be using this as the crux of his argument, it's a genuine question, a good question to ask. Tell us.
Out.
So driving the thing, then it's driving the French out. The French out. So who is influenced?
First Algerian War.
Yes.
And he goes, okay, the first Algerian War. Okay. Okay, so who is influenced by this? Is it okay? I think he's not talking about the Palestinians. I think he is talking about the Israelis thinking they're going to drive the French out. I think. I don't know. But let's see. In this instant, I think it's safe to say he means the only Jewish state in the world, not Mormons. Okay, you guys talking about Mormons.
Right. But look, I mean, there's a lot of these scenarios where we look back at Nelson Mandela, for example.
No.
You know, Nelson Mandela was.
No, we can't. I wanted to travel with you down that path. Now you're taking me down another one. I want to understand what you're talking about, but now you're going to give me What is he doing? He's like giving us another example that we'll then have to map on. He's giving us an analogy, I suppose. Okay, so because there are a lot of these scenarios where we look back at Nelson Mandela, for example. He was not in prison because he was making picket signs. Yes, that's true. I mean, there have been people who have embraced violence as a means to achieve policy. Okay. And including early Zionist settlers, including Israeli government, including the US. Okay, so he's saying that violence has led to better outcomes. He wasn't jailed for setting up picket lines. So violence, are you kind of saying violence works? And I mean, here's scenarios where violence works. Violence occurs. Can achieve things. That's actually as far as he would go. Okay. Because he was, making picket signs. There have been people who have embraced violence as a means to achieve a policy end, including the early Zionist settlers, including the Israeli government, including the US government, and lots of governments around the world. Okay, fine. We're getting back to it. We're getting back to the tragic. Well, he said the tragic. He's going back to the tragic. Listen.
Was not imprisoned because he was, making picket signs. I mean, there have been people who have embraced violence as a means to achieve a policy end, including the early Zionist settlers, including the Israeli government, including the US government, and lots of governments around the world. The tragic, tragic mistake.
There we go. The tragic, tragic mistake. Because we remember you started over here. The Palestinians in the terrible, tragic mistake. So he's finally we're getting to it. Here he's finishing off this point. Well, gets to point. Okay, the tragic mistake in terms of political outcome from the Palestinians is that they really just underestimated the fact that these Jewish people had no home to go to. This was their home, and they could drive out French from Algeria because they, screw it, we're going. Okay.
In terms of political outcome from the Palestinians is that they really just underestimated the fact that these Jews had no home to go to. This was their home. And you could drive out the French from Algeria because they go, screw it, we're going back home to France. The Jews had been so persecuted in Eastern Europe that there was no home to go. And of course, then after World War II, they were.
Okay, well, hold on. This must be what it's like if I was trying to diagram my own thoughts. World, as in like trying to make sense of all the words that just come out of my mouth. Okay, the tragic mistake in terms of political outcome from the Palestinians is that they really just underestimated the fact that these Jews had no home to go to. Okay, in comparison, this was their home. They had agreed upon it. This was their home. They're not going back anywhere. They had nowhere else to go. Okay, their home, and you could drive out French from Algeria because they go, screw it, we're going back home to France. The Jew, this is how he says it, had been so persecuted in Eastern Europe that there was no home to go to. And of course, after the World War II. Okay, what do we get? And after? They were here to stay.
Were here to stay. And so of course it's been a tragedy. And of course, a lot of Palestinian actions I wish would be different. I wish Hamas didn't exist. It should be pointed out, by the way, that in 2005, you did mention.
Okay, before you get to that. Okay, that didn't exist. Okay, so now he's going to get his point in. They were here to stay. It's been a tragedy. And of course, a lot of Palestinian action. So we're going back. This is a repeated thing that he also is sacrificing at the altar of Douglas and saying, look, there's things that I didn't like the Palestinians doing. Okay,
He's doing that. But he wants those to, Douglas wants those to be the only things he considers. Of course, or he wants to consider those as way more egregious than what Israel has done, therefore pro-Israel. Actions I wish would be different. I wish Hamas didn't exist. And then we've got, let me just put more repeats here because we've basically got the same sort of thing. Okay, it's all a tragedy. And then, by the way, it must be mentioned. It should be pointed out, by the way, that in 2005 you did mention that it was really part of the Bush administration exporting.
That it was really part of the Bush administration's exporting democracy around the world that put pressure on them to have these elections. It should also be
okay. They had elections. Okay, so he's showing there's criticism to have towards the Palestinians because they wouldn't have had elections if it wasn't for the democracy bringing the US telling them what to do, I suppose, is what he's kind of pushing towards. Should be pointed out, by the way, that in 2005 you did mention that it was really part of the Bush administration's exporting democracy around the world that put pressure on them to have these elections. Okay, second one. Okay, it should also be pointed out. Mentioned that Hamas did not win a majority in one single precinct. They won pluralities all around. Okay.
Mentioned that Hamas did not win a majority in one single precinct. They won pluralities all around. So just saying, when we're bringing up this election, half the population of Gaza today is under the age of 18. They were toddlers if they were alive in 2005. Of the other half, that maybe half of them voted in these elections, it was never a majority that supported Hamas.
Okay, so he's saying the election wasn't a good it wasn't a good thing. Define Judea. Okay, you guys are still talking there. Electric population. So just saying, so he's validity, Palestinian validity. And what do you even call it? Relevance of the election. Okay, because yeah, time goes past. Then what do we do? But then that would make me go, yeah, that's against a point against Palestine. So just saying, bringing up this election. Half the population of Gaza today is under the age of 18. They were toddlers if they were alive. The other half of the other half, that maybe half of voted in these elections, there is never a majority. It supported Hamas. They eked out a victory. Okay. Eked out a victory, and then of course there was an attempted coup.
They eked out a victory, and then of course there was an attempted coup after that, and that's when Hamas seized complete control. The coup failed.
Okay, coup failed. Okay. Now he's showing what he's seen of the history of this. He's telling what he knows.
Regardless of any of that.
Oh, okay. But never mind. So this is, I've known this. He's actually getting a time to speak. So go Douglas for letting him speak. If Douglas has a problem with any of the things he's saying, he will and should step up. Okay, but once he's done, regardless of any of that, okay.
I agree with you that, like, yeah, the Palestinians have agency, and I wish some of them had made better decisions. Now, many of them have made better decisions, and it's still resulted in nothing better happening for them and their people. And so I do find it kind of hard to, like, lecture a group of people who are going through so much. Like, the level of human suffering that's being inflicted on the people of Gaza right now cannot be overstated. And so, you know, to lecture them about how you're supposed to handle that exactly.
Okay. This is kind of going into the argument of don't tell me how to deal with my oppression. That's what I'm hearing here.
So fine, we've said a lot of words to say that they have agency, but also you are criticizing them. You're lecturing them. And that is a word that I would use for Douglas with the way he speaks. Regardless of any that I agree, I think Palestinians have agency, and I wish some of them had better decisions now. Okay, decisions. Then he's referring back. Some of them did make better decisions. So we got to worry about them. He's kind of explaining why he would have sympathy for them. Decisions has still resulted in nothing better happening for them and their people. So I do find it kind of hard to like a lecture. Okay. This is his so. Because of all of this, because of all of that he's just spoken about, we find it hard to like lecture a group of people who are going through so much, like the level of human suffering that's being inflicted. I think that this argument over here, the level of human suffering, this is what stops me when I'm talking about war, because the level of human suffering is shit both sides. And I hate it all. So it kind of terminates with this. It's like I can't tell you which one is suffering more. The suffering is horrible. So I do find it kind of hard to like lecture a group of people who are going through so much, like the level of human suffering that's being inflicted on the people of Gaza right now cannot be overstated. So to lecture them about.
But I will say, man,
how to handle that. Sorry, you're supposed to handle that exactly. Okay, so this is kind of also like, well, are you saying he can't have an opinion about how they should have lectured it because they are the ones that are? So yeah, it sounds familiar. Don't tell me how to react to my own oppression. That's not a counter argument. It's just it looks like the same. Like he could completely agree with that. Don't tell people how to deal with their oppression. But this kind of I don't know. It's just it could be construed as, hey, you're not allowed to have an opinion about what they're doing because they're suffering. And we know that he wants everyone to have an opinion.
I think there's kind of this selective empathy that you have here. Like, I agree with you, talking.
I think there's selective empathy. Yeah. Okay. This is it. That you aren't sympathetic to the Palestinians. It seems like you're not sympathetic to the Palestinians, and I can agree with that. You're supposed to handle that. I think there's kind of a selective empathy that you have. Like, I agree with you, talk about these teenagers being slaughtered. I mean, I can't argue against that. I can't argue against it. There is selective empathy here. But he's just saying, you've got the other selective empathy.
About these teenagers being slaughtered at a music festival on October 7th. It's like, my God, like, I have little kids. I can't imagine the nightmare of this happening to somebody's children. But at the same time, we're not having this conversation on October 9th or in November or December of 2023. We're having it in 2025, where the tragedy that's been inflicted on Gaza is orders of magnitudes greater than October 7th. There are just
Okay. But the point is that they all say that that's justified. So it's like, he is going, okay, selective empathy that you have here, like I agree with you, we talk about these teenagers being slaughtered, okay, so he properly thinks of that. Can't imagine the nightmare of this happening to somebody's children. Okay, so there's his empathy, but at the same time, we're not having this conversation. Yeah, that's true. But Douglas did talk about how after time passes, people forget who started things. And that's actually part of one of his positions, is that you've got to keep in mind who started it. And the keeping in mind who started it, I suppose, makes you not care about the Gazans, not care about the people in Gaza. At the same time, we're not having conversation on October 3rd. We're having it in 2025, where the tragedy that's been inflicted on Gaza is always makes you greater than October 7th. There are just everyday people are inundated with images of just dead women. Yeah, they're just everywhere. I don't even really get to even know which side they're on. The view that I have is just all horror, all horror. Because everybody's like, look what my side, look what that side did, and the other ones, look what that side did. It's like, you guys are all fucking shit. Hello, and I can't say that. It's not enough. It's not good enough. We're not having this
Every day, people are inundated with images of just dead women and children. This is like one of the most brutal wars, and by several metrics that really, like personally matter to me, like the number of dead kids.
The most brutal war. Yeah. So I guess what Douglas will want to say is it's their fault that they did this. It's their fault. So this is one of the most brutal wars, but it's not Israel's fault at all. At the same time, we're not having this conversation. We're having 25, where the mags are greater than October 7th. Okay, there are just everyday people inundated with images. Yep. This, like, I had to actually start blocking the terms on X, because all I was shown on X was stuff from Israel, Gaza, Israel, Palestine, that whole thing. I eventually actually had to mute certain words, but it still comes through. It comes through anyway. People don't use the words with it; they just use the pictures, and it still comes through to you. And that's not me like, oh no, I want to ignore it. It's not happening. I can't do anything about it. Okay, I can't. And actually, after a while, I do just want to fucking look at a picture of a cat. Okay. One most beautiful ways, several metrics that really know. Because I know I'm not going to figure it out. One of the most beautiful wars, I don't know, personally matter like the number of dead kids. I think it's a pretty good one. It's more children than it died in any recent war.
I think that's a pretty good one. It's more children have died than in any recent war. I mean, this is like, it does, I do think there's almost like a fundamental framing bias that you get into when people have these debates, and I've had several of them, as you have also. But it seems to me that there's almost an implicit difference in the value that you place on Israeli life versus the value that we place on Palestinians' life.
Mm-hmm.
And to even like, we've gone this far into the conversation and haven't even talked about the fact that like, dude, Israel has, feel however you feel. If you want to argue, I haven't been there. Stuff does get through the blockade. Okay, fine. This is a.
Okay, so we can, I think, recent war. Let's go to another point here. He's done with that. Hey. Recent war. Let's go here. Got a new one. Getting more points out. There is a fundal bias that you get when people have these debates. I do see this as well. That you only, but it feels like to Douglas, you are taking away the value of Israeli life. So from Douglas's point of view, this is exactly what he's doing. From this Dave is doing Israeli life. Okay, that's it. Framing bias that you get into when people have days, and I've had several, as you have. But it seems to me difference in the way versus value that we place on Palestinians' life. And even like we've gone this far into the conversation and haven't talked about the fact that, like, dude, okay, this is a new one. I think that's a new point. We've gotten into this conversation. Does it follow on? I don't know. Let's see.
A captive people, you know, that Israel has dominated since at least 1967. Many of them are there.
Good Lord.
Been there. Stuff does get through the blockade. We've gone this far into the conversation and haven't even talked about the fact that, like, Israel has, feel however you feel. If you want to argue, I haven't been there. Stuff does get through the blockade. Okay, fine. This is a captive people. You know.
Okay. We've gone this far into the conversation. Okay, now he has to caveat with all the Israel. He's trying to do this. Feel however you feel. Thanks, Daisy. I haven't been there. Things get through the blockade. Does get through the blockade. Okay, fine. Okay, he concedes all of that. If I concede all of that, this is still a captive nation, is what he's saying. Okay, fine, just to do this. So I'll just be, what is he, like, even if he concedes? These points. Then, okay, it's still true that we get this.
You know, that Israel has dominated since at least.
Right, sorry. This is a captive people. Israel has dominated at least since 1967. Okay. This is a captive people, and then he goes and tells us more about it. I'm putting it down here. Oopsie. Oh, you fuck. Sorry. Captive people. Gosh, good Lord. Let's see. I would love to hear what Dave Douglas has to say to this. Like, he better go to the facts of the matter. Or agreement. I hope he goes to agreement. In terms of, yeah, we lose sight of the lives at the bottom of this. This is captive people. You know that Israel, okay, has dominated many of, okay, at least 1967.
At least 1967. Many of them are there because of the creation of the state of Israel, who used to live in what is now called Israel. And they are just, I mean, the amount of human suffering that.
Okay. Used to live in what is now called Israel. Okay, I think this is an extra point, and they are just, okay, you're just going back to the human suffering. Israel's dominated. Okay, does this mean that now Palestine must dominate, or, like, are you justifying things? What are we doing with this human suffering here? I would be even more I would be even more comfortable with him going, it's horrible, and throwing up your hands.
It's being inflicted on them, when, even as you kind of acknowledged with the George W.
Okay, suffering that's been inflicted on them, when, even as you kind of acknowledged, this is all repeats. This is still repeats, because you're talking about the human suffering. It's just extra. Okay, when we did acknowledge or exporting Hamas in many ways forced these people.
Bush exporting democracy. Hamas in many ways was forced on these people. In fact,
Hamas was forced on these people. So is it America's fault? Oh, okay. Okay, George exposed exporting democracy. Hamas in many ways was forced on these people. Okay. Sorry, I didn't even realize I'd had that line there. Okay, so Hamas was forced on the people, so it's not their fault. their decision to keep Hamas. Not their fault. Hamas is in power. Seems like he's suggesting it's partly USA's fault because of the Bush thing, because you made them have an election. Hamas is the problem. This is so simple. Wow, really? Creamage? Thank you.
We saw protests against Hamas just recently. So I don't know. I mean, that to me,
This over here is no. You're going to go in timeout for that.
seems to be the greatest human tragedy. And I think much more so than you can characterize it as people being pro-Hamas or people being anti-Semitic. But I actually
Okay, what's this? Sorry, I'm busy here.
think that then you can characterize it as people being pro-Hamas or people being anti-Semitic. But I actually think that the mass movement around the world of people who oppose this war has been that people feel really awful about all these babies and who are being slaughtered.
I feel awful. Yes, okay, but I would say I feel awful for both of them. I feel awful for both of them. Both sides. So it seems like he's using this argument for only Palestinians, where I'm like, I hate it for everyone. I need to figure out. Hamas in many ways was forced on these people, blah blah. Saw protests against just recently. So I don't know. I mean, this seems to be the greatest human tragedy. Okay. What?
People think that the mass movement is people. That to me, in fact, we saw protests against Hamas just recently.
Okay, that's cool. We got a protest against Hamas. That's great. In Gaza, just recently. I don't know where this was.
So I don't know. I mean, that to me seems to be the greatest human tragedy. And I think much more so than you can characterize it as people being pro-Hamas or people being
human tragedy. Human tragedy. So it's yes, we're agreeing on the tragedy of it all. And I think much more so than you can characterize it as people being pro-Hamas.
being anti-tragedy. And I think much more so than you can characterize it as people being pro-Hamas or people being anti-Semitic. But I actually think that the mass movement around the world of people who oppose this war has been that people feel really awful about all these babies and who are being slaughtered.
Okay.
Are being slaughtered. Okay, quite a few things. Yes, quite a few things. So he's just saying this is what people are against. You characterize Douglas characterizes being against this war as anti-Semitic. Well, that's what he's positing, at least. According to Dave. Okay. I'm going to finish this minute off. There's 30 seconds left, and we are then at 2 hours, and we have 58 minutes left. In which case, I think we have maybe tomorrow and Thursday's stream, and we're done, boys. I think so.
Okay, quite a few things. First of all, let's just get one term correct, because you said you do think it's a concentration camp.
Oh my god. Okay, so you started back off. Good morning, Lucifer. Do you sleep well? Okay, so you didn't sleep very long, actually. But have you been? I haven't been, so I'm not allowed to have an opinion. Okay, that's fine. That's a relief, actually. But then what am I doing? Oh shit. I'm just mapping out. Okay, I'm just mapping out a conversation with the person that's been and a person that hasn't been. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Okay, protest against just recently, so I don't know. First, quite a few things. First of all, sorry, I need to find this in the. First of all, let's just get one term correct because you said you don't think it's a concentration camp. Okay. So he goes all the way back here. It makes me wonder if he listened to everything before, but maybe he took notes. Okay. So we go all the way back to the last thing was when they spoke about concentration camps. Where are we at? Is it back here? No, I think it's even further away. Okay, fine. No, wow, it is way. Where are we at? Oh goodness, the World Bank. There we go. There, he's gone all the way back to that. Okay, we had all of this discussion, and the first thing he goes back to is the concentration camp thing. Okay, so that's the first optical thing he has to, I suppose, he has to address. I hope that it means he's been listening, and he's just being thorough. Okay, I hope so. Okay, because you said you do think it's a concentration camp.
Said it shares many.
You said you do think it's a concentration camp.
Okay, so we have to now rehave this conversation. We have to rehash this. Sorry, by the way. I said it shares many characteristics. So that's the. I think you're quibbling there, Dave. You're saying it shares many characteristics. You're saying it's like it. Okay. You're saying it's like when you say it shares characteristics, you're saying it's like a concentration camp. But then he's also being misleading here. He's going, it's what's it? It is terrorizing Dave as having said it is a concentration camp rather than it's like. Which I think is still a quibble anyway. All lives matter, exactly, Davina. That's where I'm at. Concentration is a concentration camp. Not it's like one. Okay, but I suppose he's going to try and push him and see why it shares many characteristics.
Said it shares many,
Right. And you also say that there's
many, Okay, and you also what?
disproportionately heavy,
Right.
And you also say that there's a disproportionately heavy youth population in Gaza.
And you say there's okay. You also say that there's a disproportionately heavy youth population in Gaza. Okay. Cool. This is good. You're just telling, you're confirming what he thinks. Good. Do these things. Okay. Good. But he's gonna let rip, I suppose. I would think he's going to let rip and tell Dave he's wrong, right?
Yes.
Right.
Do you think that's not accurate?
I think the second one is accurate.
Right.
Okay. Do you think that's not accurate? I think the second one is accurate. Kitty puts the ass in sassy. Hey, Carmen. What's up? I'm always putting the ass in sass. Okay. Do you think that's not accurate? No, I think it is. The second one is accurate, but he's upset with the first one. Okay. We're playing ontological games are afoot. Do you think that's not accurate? Yes, I think the second one is accurate. Okay, where are we going? Okay, what's next?
But it's a very strange thing.
Can't spell
to
kitty
say that
without
there's a population boom in a
or Come on.
Concentration, very strange thing to say. The second one is accurate.
Right.
Are we
but
back at
it's a very
strange?
strange thing to say that there's a population boom in a concentration camp.
Okay. I didn't hear anything about population boom. I think the second one is accurate. Okay, but he's just basically saying that the fact that people are having children is not it shows it's not a concentration camp. It's a quibble, in my opinion. It really is. I think the second one is accurate. I clipped that. Strange, yes, although we got strange, odd. It is an oddity. Disproportionately heavy youth population. Do you think that? I think the second one is accurate, but it's a very strange thing to say that there's a population boom in a concentration camp. Okay. You put words in his mouth there. Okay. Who said population boom? But anyway. And also, we're starting to quibble, loves, about the age of the people that are being killed. So it's like we're starting to say, but no, it's not that many babies, so it's fine. It's actually adults, so it's fine. Like we're arguing something that shouldn't really matter too much. Actually, yes, okay, children, yes, it matters more, but there are still dead people. Don't be so ageist. Okay. In Auschwitz 1940, there was not a doubling of the population. Okay, so he's saying, you see, it's not a concentration camp. So that's where we're going. I didn't even know how to spell Auschwitz, guys. Sorry. In that, there was not a doubling of the population. Yeah. I know that. You see, he's going, yeah, I didn't say that. Okay, let's see what he says.
In Auschwitz in the 1940s, there was not a doubling of the population.
Yeah, I didn't say it was.
He didn't say it was a
death
concentration camp. He said it's.
I didn't say it was a concentration camp. Okay, boys, we are at 2 hours and we have 58 left to go. 58 minutes, 47 seconds left to go. So I'm feeling like we are finishing this week, boys. We are finishing it. Can I get a woo woo? I'll do it myself. Woohoo! Woo woo! I didn't even do it myself. Okay, red. Let's put in here 2 hours. Okay, this evening I am hoping to do some more pre-diagramming so we don't start right here tomorrow. Put that nice and big for everybody. Woohoo! Thank you, everybody. Catlet is in the chat. Davina, let's go. Why are you still having fun? Yes, I actually am. I really am. And now that the end seems a lot clearer, it's like 2 sessions. 2 sessions left. I think we can do it this week, guys. I think we could do it. I'm very excited. Here is the link. What's the name? This the copy link. It's published. Here you go if you want to go and look at where we're at. Let's go. What's the fired up emoji? I don't know, rage emoji? There was a lot of argument today. I know that I essentially was not paying attention to because I was too busy trying to finish my project here. So I'm just over the moon, guys. Yeah, let me see. I just want to try something out here when the end game now gets Thanos snapped. No! Okay, hold on. Nice one, Nico. Will you tattoo this diagram on your back? Yeah, why not, Dildo? I mean, it'll look beautiful, I think. So wait, let me just see. I want to try something out here. If I go to my YouTube studio. Let's go to the live stream. View in control room. Let's see what I can do here. Can I? No, I'm not ending my stream yet. But pop out, moderates, no, moderation, timestamps, community moderation. I'm trying to do something here. Engage with your audience. No, I want to see if I can turn on fired up emoji is the rage emoji basically. Reactions, timestamps, participants. Let's see if I can do anything here. Settings wise. Closed captions. Enable auto start. Yeah, I can't see how I can change this to members only chat. Is this the thing? I can't do it now. Ah! I have to do it in the beginning. So you guys are lucky that I have not been able to members only. So anyway, the point is, have you liked the stream? Have you? You hang out with me, but you don't like my stream. That's nice, eh? Cool. I see you. I see how it's gonna go. Got to go work. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you, Lucifer. I appreciate it. You also have a good day. I'm gonna go and have lunch. And you have a very good day. Thank you for the beautiful pictures that you post in the Discord. They remind everybody to go and touch grass. Members only, jackets only. Yeah, exactly. That's it. I don't know how to change it. I don't know if it's. I'll figure it out. I'll ask Rock. But what else? Yeah. Summary wise, today we went through the main. I feel like we went through the main thing, which is where the meme came from, right? The have you been? I mean, that's mostly what I saw in chat. So today, the stream was the have you been of it all. And yes, we did get into how Dave sees the conflict, which is very centrist, actually. But we're going to now get into Douglas. The way Douglas handles what Dave has now put in front of him is very important. So we'll see how that goes tomorrow, guys. I will see you then. Yeah, have a nice life. And go and subscribe, you shit.